call the meeting to order. I'm happy to say we have a full field today in living color, so we can move forward with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Keith Fire.
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, before we start with opening public comment, something I didn't do last time and I want to do this time is to thank the fire department for giving us this space to have our meetings up here. It's really great for all of us, and the staff has to spend a lot more hours now working with us, and we really appreciate that as well. Opening public comment. Ellie.
Yes.
I'd like to echo what Nikki said. Thank you, staff. Welcome, Ernie. It's going to be great. Thank you, fire department. Thank you, public. I sent in a comment, but I want to repeat a little bit today because I'm very concerned about the unveiling of the Villa Suites at Edgewood. They can't call this part of their lodge. We need to get some legal ruling. I think this will be a future thing to have the DA's office maybe look at. I'm not sure how we're going to handle this. September 22nd, just 2022 is just around the corner. These are individual homes being advertised for sale at for rent for 3 days minimum. It doesn't say how long. The ad, I have not called them myself. I don't know if I want to do that. I don't even know if I'll get answered. But I do have some concerns. They're going to rent for more than the number of bedrooms, so that in itself is unfair to other VHR owners. You should see this online. It was published. I appreciate that. And I do hope that we can get this resolved. It may not be the first, it may not be the last that tries to do this on site at big locations. Timeshares are another issue. I know that will be discussed eventually in future updates. Timeshares are being sublet on the North Shore, not here in Placer County. I've identified some that are being sublet, so they're looking at that in their vacation rental policies. I'm working with Crystal Jacobson of Community Development in Placer County on that. I'll keep you updated on any things that I find out in other local jurisdictions. We still by far have the most arduous process, as well as I think comprehensive and trying to balance VHRs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. I guess I didn't give the spiel about the 3 minutes. You get 3 minutes for public comment. We don't have a timer here, so Lauren will keep track, and at 30 seconds, maybe you could just say 30 seconds or something, and then you'll hear whatever. So is there any other opening public comment? Ms. Reno, do we have any online?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have 2 callers that I will ask. Caller ending in 0945, would you like to make public comment at this time? If you could unmute yourself, caller ending in 0945. Caller ending in 3293, would you like to make opening public comment at this time? There's no other further public comment.
Thank you. Before we move on,
Oh, excuse me.
Oh.
One just raised their hand.
okay.
Mr. Roberts, if you'd like to make opening public comment at this time. Please state your name and your 3 minutes will begin. Mr. Roberts, if you could unmute yourself, if you'd like to make opening public comment, please state your name and your 3 minutes will begin.
No?
No, he's not unmuted himself.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to close opening public comment. I'm going to move on to introduce Ernie Strello to anybody that doesn't know him. I think everybody in the room knows him now, but he's the new program manager. We're really happy to have you on board. You've already made my life easier, so I think it's going to work out great. We will move on to the approval of the agenda. For possible action, approval of the proposed agenda. The Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner, to combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration, and to remove items from the agenda or delay discussion relating to items on the agenda. I'm going to start with saying we are removing item number 1. Because it's no longer relevant. And there was some questions as to why the home on Jeff Lane, I don't have the exact address, from the minutes last time, why it wasn't on this agenda, and that permit has also been, I believe, revoked or removed. So we won't be looking at that property that was continued from the previous month. So if I could get a motion for the approval of the agenda minus item number 1.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment regarding the agenda?
Yes.
I think it would be in the best interest, since we have both Douglas County Sheriff's Office and Code Enforcement here, maybe to flip-flop with the item 3 and 4.
That was
so
my
it doesn't
intention.
waste their time.
Yes, that was my
Sit through
intention.
the whole
Thank you.
meeting. So,
Yes.
So I'd like to make a motion that we take the agenda and move item 4 to 3 and 3 to 4.
Second.
Okay, we don't really have to do that
Oh.
because I can take them in different order. But I do need a motion to approve the agenda without item number 1.
So moved.
And then-
second.
Okay, so I've got a motion by Lauren Romaine, a second by Patty Graff. All those in favor of approving the agenda, less item number 1?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Previous minutes for possible action. Discussion to approve the draft minutes of the May 25th, 2022 meeting of the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board. Questions, comments, concerns other than what we've already discussed about Jeff Lane? Anything? Okay, so first, do I have a motion to approve the minutes as sent in the draft form?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the 5/22 meeting.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Sloan, a second by Mr. Byer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Item number 2, for possible action, discussion on a special use permit application to obtain a Tier 3 vacation home rental permit. The subject application is for a 7-bedroom home, 14-person occupancy, located at 460 Quaking, Aspen Lane, number B, State Line, Nevada. The owner is Robert Medeiros and Zager Trust, Terry Lee Zager, who currently have a Douglas County issued VHR permit, account number 084000757, APN number 1319307120005. Mr. Strello.
Yeah, for the record, Ernie Strelo. As you mentioned, on page 29 through 59 in your packet, Ms. Zager is in the audience here to represent the property. It's a multi-story townhome. This is a townhome or condo in Tahoe Village. The neighborhood is currently around 14% of capacity, at 20% as the target. There's 962 parcels, 135 are VHRs currently. So there's, by code, room for up to 57 more. I did look at the property, the noise monitors. There was 4 noise monitors placed throughout the facility, so there were 2 inside, 2 outside. One of the ones inside, and I think the second or third story wasn't working, and Ms. Zager had one on order to replace that, but there's 2 on the balconies. The balcony area oversees the tram area, so across the way there's, and I put some pictures I took in the backup in the last page there. There's no parking across the street from where she's at, but it's an open field and it's fenced off. She has, the property has 2 parking spots in the garage. They're more mid-sized to small parking spots. They can't handle, I think on the last page you'll see my truck. The orange truck, it won't fit in the garage. It's so big trucks don't fit there. But there is, regular, probably mid-sized or small SUV or something like that would fit in the 2 garage spots. There's 1 assigned spot. There's 2 spots to the right of the structure. One is for Unit B and one is for Unit A, which is next to her. And then there's 9 visitor spots for parking that are, I put FIFO first in. It seems like open, anybody can park there during the summer. And during the winter, 2 spots are revoked because of snow. The street is fairly wide, but I don't recall going down that road during the winter, so I don't know how, if it's quite shrunk quite a bit, I don't know. I did, the parking in the neighborhood is lax, and that was, I talked to the head of maintenance that happened to be driving by, and we had a chat with him for about 20 minutes to talk about the parking. The parking is not really well enforced in that area, it sounds like. And then checked with the HOA office, and that was substantiated. So there's an intent sometime in the future. I didn't do that. There's, this time of year, there's really a lot of cars around, so it's hard to tell if there's an issue off the season. It looks like more of a winter area from my observation. It's well appointed, the bedrooms, there's 7 bedrooms, so she's applying, I believe, for 14 people. She has a previous permit that allowed up to 18, so if she did get a Tier 3 permit going forward, because they weren't classified previously, it would be, she'd actually be able to only have 14 versus 18 previously. We didn't find any complaints in the packet, or in our database at all for the last year. I think in one of the pages I had a text, I guess, from a neighbor.
I have email now.
Oh, okay. So I have a text that I added in here somewhere, but it was in support of, right? So I mean, it was a little tough to, but anyways, it was a little text just to show the support of this Zager. I think that's it. Is there anything else?
So I'm going to bring it to the board, and if you have questions for either Mr. Strelo or Eric Gerbon. Keith?
Mr. Schroeder, if you go to page 59 in the packet, I was trying to reconcile all this in my mind. On page 59, there is a picture of the 2-car garage, then there is a silver car and a red truck parked in those spaces. Are those the 2 spaces which are allocated to these?
For the record, Ernie Strelo, yes, those are the 2. So there's two spots allocated for the building. So one spot is for Unit B, which is the one on the right, one spot is for Building A on the left. The red truck is my truck. So
Okay.
I was,
Oh, okay. But you mentioned that these would not be available in the winter because they'd be full of snow. Is there not snow removal, or can you expand on that?
yeah, so if you look at the picture above it, you'll see the spots to the right of my truck. There's 9 spots there. They go down to the garbage bin.
Mhm.
Those are the ones that shrink down to 7, closest to the garbage bin. So if you see the bear box down on the right, the 2 spots that are next to the bear bin become snow compilation areas, I guess. That's where the snow gets put.
Okay, so the two spots which are shown in this photograph are.
They're 10. Those are assigned to the tenants. Those are assigned to the building. So the spot 1 and spot 2 where my truck is parked, those are assigned to the building, right? 1 each, and then they have their garage. So
those would be available even in winter as long as you plow them, right?
Right, right.
Because I was trying to say, because the permit was issued for 3, and I thought the note below this schematic share indicates this is a 3rd spot, but it's not a legal parking spot.
Oh,
There is 3 spots left. It's the 3rd one is just not in front of the garage.
yeah, for the record, Ernest Strelo. So that spot was to denote that it was on the schematic in here. It was drawn as a parking spot. It is not a parking spot.
Okay.
All right, and so the way the picture was submitted in the application, it made it look like it was a parking spot. I can tell you it's not.
Okay.
And so I just wanted to indicate that that is not a spot.
Okay, thank you.
You can't park there.
Okay, any other questions, Michael? And the permit holder's here, so she'll also
Right.
give us a presentation or some sort. Michael?
Yeah, so just to clarify, I think the 2 spots in page 59, you have the silver car, and I don't know which one's for A and which one's for B. I presume A is the silver car and B is your truck, right?
Yes, sir.
So really, that unit has 3, what I would call assigned parking spots. 2 in the garage and
Yes.
1 just to the right there, 2nd spot over.
That's how I understand it, yes.
And is it up to the board to determine if the site in front of the garage is a parking spot or not? Because I don't want it to make it a parking spot.
No, that's
Okay.
not a parking spot.
Okay, very good. And then I do have just a comment on page 57 on the permit. It says it's issued to Terry Zager and Robert
Maderos.
Thank you. Is that all the owners' names in either the trust or according to the county record? Okay.
Yeah, for the record, Ernest Strelo, yes, yes. As far as based on the assessor's data, yes.
Okay. And just the reason I bring it up, and Mr. Delaire knows my feelings on that, I think that every owner's name, including all the owners in a trust, should be on this permit, any permit, not just this one, but any permit. So that's my feeling in the future, and I don't know if we have to do anything about that, but that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Anybody else with questions for Mr. Strelo or Mr. Guerin? Okay. So Terry, would you like to come up to the podium and give some kind of a presentation or just answer questions if they have
I'd
questions?
love to answer any questions that you have. My name is Terry Zager. I am the sole member of my trust, just to put that at rest, and the county does have a copy of my trust certificate. Rob Maderos is the other owner. He's also my son-in-law. I've lived in the county for 44 years. 35 of those years I've been up at the lake, so I'm very committed to the community. And I want to say I appreciate the board and the commissioners working with all of us to make this a win-win situation for everyone. My passion is people, and I have been managing my own properties for 20 years. I've owned this property since 2014. My son-in-law Robert purchased it solely in 2013. And then in 14, my ex-husband and I purchased half of it. So we've owned it together since then, and I've been the only manager of it. It's always been a rental. The reason that I have such passion in retaining my Tier 3 status is because I feel that it provides a service not only to our community, where we welcome tourists and visitors, but also to humanity, and I'll explain myself that way. I have 4 children, they're all married, and I have 7 grandkids. We all live in different places, and so we try to get together once a year, and we like to be under the same roof, cook together, recreate together. And this property, we've spent time there as well. This property provides that to other families that are like that. I am very hands-on with the management of my property. If I get an inquiry, I call them, I get a feel for the fit. I don't rent to anyone younger than 30. 95% of my rentals, my guests are families. And I require a driver's license from every adult that's going to be staying there. I let them know the rules, the parking rules, let them know that I have noise monitors and an exterior camera. I'm always here. If I'm not here, my assistant is here, or my manager, my maintenance manager is always there to assist. And I've never received a complaint about parking or noise from anyone. In fact, the way that this property is set up is there's an adjoining wall between A and B. So I don't know if it's defined as a condo or a townhome or what for legal purposes, but I have met the new owners. They just purchased it last year, and I knew the owners prior to that, and they've given me my blessing. They've never had any problems with it or with the noise or the tenants of parking. So in support of that, I just want to tell you that I'm willing to do whatever I need to do to maintain that Tier 3 status for the reasons that I stated. And if you just let me know if there's anything that I'm doing wrong, I would like to fix it and make it right. I don't know what else to say.
Thank you, Karen. I'm sure there'll be a couple of questions. Keith?
I hadn't even looked my hand. You mentioned, so one of our processes is to look at the proximity to other neighbors. And you have a lot of very close neighbors, I guess one being 0 feet, right, because there's an adjoining wall. You mentioned that the property had recently sold. Is that, your unit, your B?
I'm B.
Is A also a rental, or are they living there, or?
It's my understanding that local families purchased it together and they use it as their family ski chalet.
And so they don't have a VHR permit?
No.
To your knowledge? Okay.
Yeah, and either did the previous owners. They lived there full time.
Okay, they live there full time as well. Okay, and when we look at density, unfortunately, density seems to be bound by TRPA guidelines. And when you look at that strip, I think it's very dense of VHRs. When you look at the bigger area, because the numbers are, well, 80% of people are not VHR owners, right? So there's a 20% that are, 80% that aren't. But would it be safe to say that these ones that are 20, there's several that are 20 feet away approximately? Do you know if they are VHR or are those private families as well?
I don't know 100%, but there's a building to the right of my building, and it's my understanding that it's individually owned. I don't know the sizes. Some of them are 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom. I don't know. I don't believe there's any VHRs there. I know there's some permanent renters there because I've talked to a few of them.
Okay.
The building next to them is, we call it the Bear House because it has a bear on top.
Yes.
I think that they are VHR Tier 3 as well, and I don't know those owners. And then to the left of my building, I don't know for sure if it's a VHR, to be honest with you. I know the original owner who built it He no longer owns it, and he did rent one side and kept the other side for himself, but I don't know if that's still the case.
I have one more question. Should I answer it now, or should we rotate through? My other question is, in your ad, you talk about, your ad says this is very, well, townhouse, 7 other bedrooms. There's a 2-car garage, a single car driveway, which I assume is the infamous silver and red cars we've been talking about, and 2 additional off-site parking. Where's that off-site?
Well, it used to be, and I've learned a lot through this process as well. It used to be that I was issued 2 permits like this, and they still have these at the HOAs that they give to owners. And it was my understanding when they developed that community that each building received 2 permits per building, and then how that building's been switched up in terms of the components, 1, 2 bedroom condos, I don't know. I've since learned that that's a really kind of a gray area. I've talked to Abril at the HOA, and she sent me an email in response to my question about do we have any deeded spots, not necessarily designated, but deeded spots with ownership. And what she told me was that it's all open parking, but on that one street, Quaking Aspen, each building gets 2 permits for residents, but just that area. And I think it's due to probably the ski season or something like that. So I always thought that that was what I was offering. I've since changed that to 3 spots. And I assumed and I learned that my driveway is not a parking spot because I thought that was helpful. I'm not going to take up somebody else's spot. They can park 2 in the garage, and then if they have a bigger car, they can park catty corner. And that's what I've told my guests when they ask about parking. And I've since changed that. You cannot park there. I put up a no parking sign right in front there so that they understand that they can't park there. I allow them to unload. And if that's not okay, let me know. Oh, I can change that too. So now I have marketed it as 3 spots. The 2 in the garage and then 1 in, I call it open area because I don't know what else to call it, maybe common area. And I say any unoccupied, unreserved spot between my building and the bear trash building. And I think there is 9 spots there.
Well, you mentioned, so these, when we use the word designated, like nobody else can park there except your renters, there's 3 spots. The other ones is first come, first served, but they can park there if there's a spot open.
Right.
And you mentioned, that you would be willing to, do what it takes to keep this. I guess here's my concern. When you got 14 people and you have 2 spots in garages, which are primarily for smaller cars, I mean, if I could bring a Ford Expedition up here with 6 people, then, and I could park that in your garage, then I think 3 is enough.
Yes.
If I can only park a small SUV where 4 people are going to be comfortable, it takes all 3. And I'm worried about, and by the way, I printed this off your website, the VRBO website this week. So this is still on your ad.
I changed it yesterday
Ah,
because I wanted to make sure.
Oh, okay.
I had went and changed it, I don't know, a couple of months ago, but there are so many areas where you can do a description, where you can do notes, certain notes and all that, and there were some areas that I missed. So,
Okay.
So I apologize for that.
That would be important for me, almost to be a condition of the permit that you not mention off-site. Because
Okay.
here's my concern. It's 4th of July. I go to a casino. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I get there and there's not a parking space. Regardless what the rules are, I'm going to park somewhere. And I'm not going to have my buddy drive me back to the casino in 3 cars so we can bring 1 back. All 5 of them are going to be parked there. So, one of my conditions would be, and again, I'm one of the board, not a sole decider, but that, that it talks about 3 parking spaces without the additional more, because I just think at 4th of July, it's going to be create a problem with people thinking they can have more than 3 cars and getting here and making more than 3 cars work regardless of how they park. That's all I had.
Thank you, Keith. Want to just go down the line, Michael?
Sure. Thank you for coming today. Beautiful place in a great location for skiers and hikers. So let's stay on the car scenario here. So we had a meeting last, applicant for a tier 3, your neighbor, at the Bear House, and we gave him 4 spots. His 4 spots that were in the garage that were previously open spaces, and then they built a garage on it. And so we did not give him any more. And so what the board will have to decide is if we're going to keep it at 14 and 4 is the maximum for the car that we can allow, then that would only leave you with 12. So what the board will have to decide is if, in my opinion, is if she wants 14, we're going to have to affirm an open spot, 1 open spot. In other words, 2 garage per designated and 1 of the open spots for 4. That's what the other person has for 4 as well from last meeting. Is that what you're asking for, or are you just asking for 3 spots to fit 14 people?
That's my preference, to be fair to everybody in the community.
Okay.
And, like Mr. Byer mentioned, if you have a bigger SUV and you can sit comfortably 6 or 7 people in it, then that would be the 1 car that would allow the 14. And if I have 1 spot, that's where they park. And I just kind of tell my guests, if you have something smaller, if you have something bigger that will fit in the garage, you have 1 outside that will. And you have to figure out where you're going to park the other one because it can't be in our area. I tell them they can go park at the parking garage at the village or whatever, because I don't really know any other places for them to go. They have asked about, of course, the Stagecoach parking lot, which I said, I don't believe that's an option, so.
I have if I may, I have a question for Ernie.
Go ahead.
Bounce back. So what is the policy for parking? Can the board allow more than 4 per spot?
Can you allow?
Can we allow more than 4 per vehicle per spot?
AJ Haynes, for the
Thank
record.
you.
From the District Attorney's Office. The code is very specific with regard to tier 2s. If you're adding a +2, then parking becomes very specific. It has to be 4 per vehicle.
Got it.
With regard to tier 3s, the code is a little more generic, and this board is tasked with determining whether parking is adequate. And so I think historically the board has used that 4 people per vehicle as sort of a guiding principle. But I think with tier 3s, as long as the board determines that parking is adequate, then the board can go ahead and issue a permit.
Thank you, AJ. Okay, well, that takes the board off the hook, I think, for parking.
Right.
Ms. Sager, I did catch this and I apologize. Are you a broker or a real estate agent?
I'm not, I do have my real estate license in the state of California.
Okay.
Specifically because I used to be a mortgage broker, and it was a requirement in the state of California to do that, but I've never sold real estate.
And do you handle all the affairs for the rental as far as TOTs and payments and everything?
Mhm.
Okay, very good. Let's see here. What else did I have? Yeah, and then as part of the condition that I would have, I would just want to make sure, and you might have already done this, put up a no parking sign in front of your garage. That would be important to me. But I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Michael. Patty?
Patty Graff for the record. My concern is just the parking, which Mike has gone over. With having 14 people there and having an average of four people per car. And also, if I could get clarification, it was my understanding that tier 3, you have to have a licensed property manager? Or no?
I believe you can. Mr. Harms?
I think you're not real.
Correct. AJ Haynes, again, for the record, from the DA's office. Yes, generally you need a licensed property manager, but it can be, you can be the owner manager, and no license would be required as long as you live within a
okay.
designated area.
Which is Douglas County, right?
Yeah.
I think it's Douglas County.
Douglas County?
Yes,
And
it is
or
Douglas
30
County.
minutes?
No, it's Douglas County.
It
Douglas
does
County.
count.
That was
Douglas
the,
County in 30 minutes.
Everybody's been
Okay.
through it. It must be true.
No, yeah.
Right.
No,
So it's
just
Douglas County, doesn't matter. If you're a resident of Douglas County, 30 minutes doesn't matter. If you're not a resident, you have to have emergency contact within 30 minutes.
Right.
So,
Okay.
Okay, Lauren?
You do reside in Douglas County?
I do,
Okay, that's it.
35 years.
Yeah. It's more a question, and I wanted to clarify because I brought up this paragraph, but I think you kind of answered. I just want to make sure we have clarity. So in code, it says no more than 4 occupants per on-site parking space will be allowed if occupancy exceeds 2 per bedroom, which I was like, where did all that come from? So that's kind of what you were talking about, where the tier 2s and tier 1s have the 4 per car part, but for some reason or other, it's not in the tier 3.
it's less specific, again, this
Yeah.
AJ Haynes for the record, less specific with regard to tier 3s. It's not a specific provision, but I think historically, the board has interpreted it that way, that it's 4 per vehicle, and I think
Can you,
Mr. Dallaire is also here from,
yeah, if you could walk us through the history, because my recollection was that the original, pre-litigation, it was 4 per car. Litigation says this doesn't make sense, there are large SUVs. And so that 4 per car came off. It was added back if you are having 10 people, if you can have 2 per bedroom plus 2. And so if you have that 4 bedroom, 2 more on the couch, then the 4 per car comes back in.
that is my understanding as well.
Yeah, so there was a 4 per car. It was taken out of the code because of the settlement. And so it is, the only time the 4 per car counts is if you are doing a 2 per bedroom plus 2, and then you have to go back to the parking of being 4. But that is the only nuance where the 4 per parking is still valid.
That is how our
Okay.
current code reads, yes. And I think Mr. Dallaire is here as well from Community Development, and he can maybe provide some additional background on that provision if you're interested.
Yeah, Tom Dallaire for the record. So that provision came up in the settlement agreement and was a requirement for the tier 2s and the tier, I'm assuming tier 1s too, but I don't know that anybody's going to apply for that, but we'll see how that goes. But specifically for the tier 2s, and it's mainly those long driveways that have 2 parking stalls outside of a 2-car garage, and they have 4 cars, and they only have 8, like let's say, just say 6 bedrooms plus 2 requires now, was it 8 times 4, is 20, occupancy of, I guess cars, the 4 is the cars, the number of people per car, and so you can have up to 24 people with the number of parking spots you have, but if you had 3 parking spots, they would still qualify, you know. So what happened with the settlement agreement is that we, I think per the settlement agreement, and I think that was negotiated with the DA's office, our county commissioners, and then the plaintiffs. Is that correct? That ended up being inserted into code for that provision. The tier 3s are still under the bedroom capacity. So if there's 6 bedrooms, 2 people per bedroom, and that's it. So they don't get the additional 2 plus 2. Does that make sense?
Well, sorry, you could have a 12-person with 2 parking spaces. The 4 per parking space only applies to people who are utilizing the 2 per bedroom plus 2.
The plus 2. The
Yes.
plus 2 in
The plus 2 drives the 4 per parking
That's
space.
4 per car, yeah.
If you're not utilizing the plus 2, you could have as many people as you want without parking spaces.
Right. Because the occupancy is based on the number of bedrooms.
Gotcha.
Again, AJ Haynes for the record. The only inquiry at that point is whether the parking is adequate. So the code just specifies that the board must determine that parking is adequate. And so if somebody has 26 bedrooms but only 2 parking spaces, this board might determine that that is not adequate. And so that is more of a discretionary issue.
Lauren?
So, you know, one of the things that I feel, and I'm really glad that today we're going to be looking at code because so much has gotten changed, I guess is the word I'll use, changed in a process that was kind of like worse than making sausage. And so there's a lot of places here where there's inconsistencies, and to me, I'm kind of chuckling about this because if you really think about it, in reality, if you have 2 + 2, that +2 is probably somebody on a couch in the living room or a child on the floor. And so if you have 2 + 2, you actually have kids and families more so. And when you're talking about a bigger place with 7 bedrooms, without the +2, which is, now you got bedrooms, you probably have more adults and more people. So we've got a rule here that's written that kind of, in my opinion, doesn't have a lot of common sense behind it. And I'm really happy that we will look through these types of things and fix that. And so I'm having a difficult time trying to figure out where we go with it, because I know that we've unfortunately had to put the cart before the horse because so many Tier 3s needed to be approved, and we haven't yet gotten through this to find these kinds of problems and issues. So I'm just, I understand what you're saying, we need to find out if it's adequate. However, we are using the +4 like we do with the Tier 2s kind of as the guide and gauge. So I feel badly in a way that we don't have this in code and it's clear, and that's, hopefully we'll get there by the next couple months. So, thank you.
Okay. Looks like parking is on everybody's mind. Is there any more discussion, or can Ms. Sager?
I have discussion, no more questions.
Okay, then you can take your seat. Thank you.
Oh, Joy, you want me to sign here? Or
Oh.
not? Yes, please.
Okay, group.
I want to say something.
Okay. Can you just state your name first?
My name's Dennis Reggie, resident of Douglas County.
Oh, is this public comment?
I'm making comments on Mrs. Eger's property.
But I haven't called for public comment
Oh, I'm
yet.
sorry. So you want me to wait until public comments,
Well,
not
I
tailgate
don't
on what
know,
she said?
are you a part of the ownership of the property?
I'm not one of the owners, no.
Okay, so then if you could just give us
You
I mean, I'm getting
Sure.
ready to call
Sure.
public comment, I just didn't. I didn't. Okay. I mean, don't sit down, really, because I'm going to call you. I just didn't. Okay, here we are.
Follow protocol.
I think we should have public comment and then maybe have some more discussion. I think that would be the best. That's where I was trying to go with this. And I wasn't sure with you sitting together if maybe you were one of the owners. I didn't. Okay. So let's have some public comment.
Seeing none,
Exciting.
You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Dennis Reggie, and I've been a resident of Douglas County for 46 years. The building that you're discussing here, I'm very familiar with. I believe it was built in 1980. The builder was Bob Farnsworth. I happened to work on that building for Bob Farnsworth. When it was originally built, do you know, Mr. Haynes, what the setback requirement was from the county? Because typically they require the front of garage door out to the street to be a minimum to be considered a parking space or a driveway. Do we know what that was at that time? Because I know Bob would have built it to the specifications.
AJ Haynes, for the record.
Okay.
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Ernie, did you have a chance to measure what that distance was?
Yeah, for the record, Ernie Strelo was 7 feet.
7 feet? So at the time, that was the requirement by the county for the minimum setback of 7 feet. Did they consider that a parking space at that time? Because parking has always been an issue on that road. I've worked on, I hate to tell you how many buildings on that road. And when Bob built that building, he was one of the first ones to build garages. So, he was looking at that down the road. So the building was approved at the time, and it was a 7-foot setback, and they never anticipated anybody parking in front of the garage.
Yeah, Tom Miller for the record. I don't believe it was an actual like subdivision in a parcel where you have a driveway, a typical house with a garage and a driveway. And I think even in the 80s, the criteria was 20 feet for that. What you do have is a town, like a parcel that it's a rectangular parcel and then they fit within that building envelope.
Okay.
And they had a number of building envelopes in Tahoe Village, that subdivision for that, and that's how that house got built. And I think it just had to do with how the surveyor laid it out and presented it to the county, which was then approved.
Because I know we built a building further down the street that we set the buildings back and put street parking there. So obviously that was all designed and taken into account since we didn't do garages on that specific building.
Right, right. And
Okay.
then the development as a whole, Tahoe Village as a whole has, the criteria even in the 80s, I believe, was 2 parking stalls per unit. Douglas County now has one where you have to have covered parking, and so garages would be required if they did it today.
Okay.
That same type of development, but
Okay.
that wasn't the case
Back then.
in the 80s.
Back then, okay.
But the HOA, our conversations with the HOA, is that it's open parking, first come, first serve.
And I think, and if I recall, the HOA is the one that kind of started to say you need to have specific designated parking per building.
Yeah.
So in order for them to give the approval, you had to have enough parking based on the size of your building and your units.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Oh, also, that street is not in TRPA jurisdiction. That's why everybody built on it, because they didn't have to wait for TRPA's approval.
Oh, that makes sense.
Ellie Waller, thanks for all the talk about the parking. I'm still concerned about the third spot. I don't understand the private spot versus the 9 spots. If they're numbered, you're not guaranteed a spot. If those 9 are open, again, that'll be upon whoever stays there to go find a third spot somewhere else. The bedrooms, the pictures of the bedrooms in the packet that I reviewed, the interior photos, are a little bit confusing because I don't know which bedroom is identified as which one. When you look at the hand-drawn drawings, there's a couple 3 bedrooms that show 2 beds, but only in the diagrams there's one that shows 2 beds, so I'm concerned. I understand, especially not so much the 18 by 10 room, but the 28 by 24 room. What are these rooms? Again, the definitions are getting tightened up. I apologize to the public. I look at details like that. Also, the trash receptacle, how many people share that? I asked that at various meetings, how many units share it? If there's a lot of people staying at those number of units, is that trash receptacle adequate? I know that's hard to decide, but that's what goes on with an HOA. I think you've really covered the parking. Again, there's some concerns. SUV sizes, of course, you can ask people to bring small vehicles. If they bring 2 that don't fit into a garage, where do they go? How is the HOA enforce those 9 spots? If somebody complains and says those 2 big, large vehicles went into that house, I don't want Douglas County to have to deal with being the enforcer of something that's, I don't think, controllable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Is there any other public comment?
I'm an acquaintance of Ms. Sager's, and I'm also familiar with the property.
Can you
But
state your name?
My name is Dave Herndon, Herndon. And so let's be clear, I have some questions regarding this limit to 4 people per car. I had 4 kids and I had a wife. I don't understand why the group would want me to have to take 2 separate cars with my family in order to go on vacation. And there's other government groups that actually encourage carpooling, but this one seems to discourage it. And I think that it's for possibly, depends on what side of the issue that you sit on. But but regardless, let's be clear on this. The 4-person per car does not pertain to Ms. Sager in this situation as a Tier 3, correct? with 7 bedrooms, the ability to house 14 people, why would the group not want someone to bring 7 or 8 people in an SUV if they could? To save gas, keep the family together. So anyway, that's an issue. But then the other thing is, I would just like to say that she has spent a lot of time trying to get to know this kind of moving target of what the county wants. And she's been very responsive in every case. Installed sound monitors, has them on her phone so she can find out, how many decibels is on the phone. And if someone unplugs one or, whatever, she'd know right away. She lives only 10 minutes away. And she's trying to be compliant with you folks. And that particular unit, obviously, the next door neighbor has no problem with it. And the way you look out on the ski slope, all the people go by, you can hear all the kids laughing and all that kind of thing. It's kind of an area where I think it's actually built for families. I'd hate to push those families down to the casinos, to have to get multiple rooms or whatever so that they can have a group. Instead of just enjoy a family vacation where they could come with a family or another family. I think it's perfect for that with the 7 bedrooms and a pool table and a hot tub and right there at the ski hill. Like you said, you look out across the street, there's nothing but ski hill. So you really don't have any neighbors across the street whatsoever.
30 seconds.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any other public comment in the room here? Ms. Reno, do you have somebody?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know for the record, I do have Robert Medeiros, who would like to make public comment.
Okay.
Mr. Medeiros, if you can hear me, please state your name in full, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. My name is Rob Medeiros. I'm partners in the property with Terry Zager. As she knows, we've been involved with the property about 9 years, and I think we would all pretty readily admit that it's been a pretty fluid VHR environment for at least the last 24 months. And I think to echo Mr. Herman's comments, Terry's done a fantastic job working with the neighbors and managing the property. To my knowledge, there have been 0 complaints at the property. In our 9 years, not even just the last 24 months or so. Mr. Herman did make a wonderful point about the number of rooms in the unit and how the parking spaces are calculated. It seems like there's quite a gray area in that discussion. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but it seems like it's open for interpretation. But I think that the biggest point that I'd like to make is that if ever a property were designed for a Tier 3 special use permit, it would be this property. It's right across the street from Mosquito. There is parking there, but as we all know, there are times when parking can be challenged. But I do think that the location lends itself obviously to the ski hill, but also minimizing traffic in the area. So now you've got a property where you might be displacing people from that particular location to go to another location that's less convenient, which adds to traffic and other issues in the area. So I think that's something that should be factored in. It's not just the ski hill, it's also the rim trail access in the area. So that should all be factored in. And lastly, I'd like to thank the commission for their time and effort in trying to unravel what seems to be a bit of a bowl of spaghetti as it relates to property like this one and some of the properties. So thank you very much. And again, I'm obviously in favor of the Tier 3 special use permit.
Thank you. Ms. Reno, is there anybody?
I do have one caller.
Okay.
Caller ending in 0945. Would you like to make public comment on item 2?
Hello, my
Yes.
name is Linda Dangler, And I submitted a package for supplemental, but I don't know whether it arrived for today or not. So for my thing is that 14 people is too many in this kind of a space. And on your document, it also says that 50 people are allowed to come to a party at this location. Every single application does that. What I'm trying to create is a form that people, everybody in Lake Tahoe Township can fill out and send to you so you understand that this is not meeting the intent of the code as stated in the code to keep our places like they were before VHRs. So if my things didn't get in there, it's a fill-out form with check boxes so people can send you what they experience here. And it's help stop DOUG, capital D, OUG, capital C-O, capital B, capital H, capital R, capital S, @yahoo.com. You can contact me and I will get you forms to fill out to send to this board so they'll understand what the people of Lake Tahoe are experiencing in this Lake Tahoe Township. The other thing is, every single one of your permits says they can have just 50 people at a party. And where are you going to put 50 people? Where are you going to put the cars for 50 people? The one near me at 650 Tina Court advertises parties for 50 people, which changes my neighborhood dramatically. The other thing that I've included is how to submit code violations and how to submit public records requests. I don't know if these documents got into this meeting. If not, I will make sure they get into the next meeting because I really think you guys have to all really look at the side of the people who are from here and the intent of the code as it's stated and follow that code and not put 10, 14, 12, 22 people in places. Now, in my neighborhood, there's always 3 or 4 cars parked on the street besides the cars that are allowed. So, again, it's help stop Doug CO VHRs @yahoo.com for anyone who would like a form. Since I've asked you guys to produce a form for them, and that has not happened from Douglas County itself. So that's what I have to share.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, there's no other public comment at this time.
Okay, let's close public comment. Take this back to the board. Couple of things. I don't know, this might be a really stupid question, but we're talking about not being able to fit an SUV in the garage, not actually driving an SUV, I think. And could you park one in the garage and let it stick out and leave the garage door open? Is that something that
Physically, yes.
physically?
It's not what I prefer.
That was just kind of my comment about, and I don't think any of us want to encourage more cars, but the car thing has been a little confusing. There's been a lot of discussion, and it was no different in the task force when we were on that also. It was all about the cars. Lauren?
So, okay, first of all, I just want to, Ellie was mentioning trash, and I just want to say, Tahoe Village, they have many receptacles there, and when that gets full, they move the trash around. So where did she go to? Oh, she's right there. The trash is perfectly fine for the amount of people because they move around what they have to move around in order to keep that all open and flowing. I'm just curious as to why, and maybe it's because I knew Debbie and came to Debbie's, which is the A unit, and parked in front of her garage. It's like, why are we eliminating the front one? Why are we not allowing her to park parallel? What's the specific spaces for a spot?
Mr. Delaire?
Tom Delaire for the record. It's 10 foot wide for a parallel spot in Douglas County. If you park alongside the road, usually it's 8, but you have open space in the shoulder or whatever. But if you look at the actual physical parking spots dimensions for a parallel parking stall, it's 10 foot wide, 20 foot long. But a parallel parking style in your driveway is 9 foot wide, 20 foot long in Douglas County. Although these must have been exempt, they're not that wide, I couldn't get in the spot.
it doesn't meet the requirements to park.
It doesn't, no. 7
To be
foot's too
able-
narrow, is the thing. It is in the right of way.
And-
And it's a wide road and a one-way. That's the other thing that's really interesting is it's, what, 26, 27 foot wide, maybe even wider by Europe, because you're coming off of that corner.
Yeah.
And so we've got, it's a really wide road and it's one way. So a one-way road in Douglas County should be 14 feet wide. You know?
Right,
And
yeah.
this one's 25, 26, which is wide enough. A two-lane road in Douglas County is 24. So 2 12-foot lanes. So we've got plenty of room for
Yeah.
parking. That's, but there's a right-of-way line too that they don't actually, it's a right-of-way.
And so the other question I had here is, I was surprised Tahoe Villages seems to have very open rules about these common area spots. And as much as I advocate that Douglas County works with HOAs, if the HOA isn't going to enforce those types of things, then if there's 2 other spots, I'm not talking about down the road, I'm not talking about whatever, I'm just talking about within the area of the unit. Why would we limit those spots to, if the HOA doesn't care? I'm throwing that up. The other quick thing I need to say too on this, and this is the same thing, we're putting the cart before the horse because we haven't had the chance to get through the code, which we are gonna do. But talking about tourist areas, and I truly believe that Tahoe Village is a tourist area. We haven't designated it as such. And one of the things that concerns me is that in the code right now, we do tourist area / multifamily places. And I really disagree with that because not every multifamily place is a tourist area and not every tourist area is, well, not every place, the first one I said there. And we have many people who live here full-time, that work around the clock, that are trying to get by, that just because you live in a multifamily area does not make you a tourist. However, I think Tahoe Village is a place that is a tourist area, and my hope would be is that this board, as we go through the ordinance, would designate it as such, because my concern is we have a fairly clear delineation as to what our tier 3s are. Space and distance wise, what's your presumption?
100.
I love that word, no,
Rebuttable.
rebuttable presumption. And so, and this is well within, really close within, however, so what I'm doing is, in my opinion, I'm making a decision based on something that isn't in the ordinance because I'm hoping that it will be in the ordinance. And I'm not exactly sure how we go about doing that, because if we do not do some kind of designation as Tahoe Village being a tourist area, and we allow a tier 3 to be 20 feet from another spot, then we have now set the precedence that that's the way it should be, and I don't think it should be that way in other multifamily, multi-areas, even single-family places. So I'm a little bit concerned about making that decision because we haven't yet fixed the code. And I think those are my,
Thank you, Lauren. Patty, Michael, Keith, any comments or?
Okay.
Mike?
Okay, Madam Chair, may I ask the applicant a question?
Of course.
Hello, you don't understand it. So your designated open spot that you have, is there a sign that says A or, B or whatever? So in the wintertime when it's snowing and everything, do you have problems with other people just pulling into your spot?
I have never actually, I don't care if someone else parks in that spot, as long as I have a spot somewhere. To be honest with you, that's just between us, but I've never had a problem with it. Does that make sense?
But the specific question was, is there a sign that designates that is your spot?
No, there's not. There is a sign that says resident parking only or something like that. I don't know who put that up. I don't even know how old it is. It looks pretty old, but it's always been there as far as I know. And I know that there's a couple of cones in there, a few spots down. I don't know where those came from either. But there is the 2 spots next to our place, and there is a sign in between them that says resident parking only.
Okay, there is a sign
But
that
it's
says.
not, doesn't have A or B.
Okay,
It just says
but it does say resident parking only with 2 arrows or something like
Not even
that?
an arrow, just it's like in between the 2 spots.
For the record, Ernie Strelo, I actually
Oh, good.
I did take a picture of it. I took a lot of pictures. It says resident parking only, that's all it says.
Okay.
And the
Would
bottom
that
half
be
of the sign is
visible in
back.
the wintertime?
Excuse me?
Would that be visible in the wintertime?
It should be.
4
It's
feet
in
of
red.
snow?
Yeah, I mean, it was on the berm on the back. So it's about, well, it depends on how high the snow is. So it's about 3 feet off the ground on a block wall. So,
Okay, that's all the questions I had for you. But then my comments, are we in the part comment section here?
We're at the comment section.
So, okay, so typically I would not designate this as a tier 3 because of the proximity. However, due to its location as a worldwide tourist zone, especially that particular road and that particular frontage, I think that does meet the requirements of a tier 3. And I think with that third spot, if they did want to bring in 6 people into a large RV, that third spot, it's plowed out in the winter, could accommodate 6. So you'd have 6 plus 4 plus 4. You got your, does that make 14?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So so that would be that, and I would be in support of tier 3, 7-bedroom, 14 with 3 spots. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
So, let me just tell you, my thoughts are completely muddled. I'm not against people carpooling, but I know a lot of people don't carpool. And what we have here is if everything works perfectly, 14 people fit. And so we had a statement, I'll do whatever it takes to keep a tier 3. So as to parking and parking alone just for a second, I would like to see the ad specifically state that there are 3 parking spaces only, 1 large enough for a large SUV, and 2 smaller spaces which would not accommodate SUVs, right? So I don't mind that people want to plan their planning, but again, this is a family location. You may not have everyone coming from San Francisco who gets to decide we're going to have 6 and 4 and 4. And you may have 4, 4, and another 4, and creating a parking problem. If this space, can I have a question? That space is yours. You said you did not care if someone else parked there, because resident parking, if I'm renting your place, or I'm renting the place beside it, if I'm renting any place there, I'm a resident. And I'm not gonna not park there because it says resident parking. It means I'm not over at the ski resort, right? You're across this, so you have the right for that spot, and you have the right to have someone towed from that spot if they were parked in it. So as far as parking, I would be okay with tier 3 if the ad was clearer that there is room for 2 cars, or 2 small SUVs and 1 large SUV, and that there is a sign put up on that parking spot that this spot is reserved for unit B. Okay, so that gets me over parking. Now I come back to Lauren's and your comment about this being a tourist area, and there was a lot of conversation about tourist areas at the county commissioner's office, and it was kind of decided they really couldn't do it. And even in this highly densely tourist area, which we all know it when we see it as a tourist area, 80% of the homes are not VHRs. In fact, Unit A is not a VHR. So what my fear is that we are now, and by the way, this is the first time it's happened, right? Historically, there have been a lot of complaints about noise, right? And so we've said, okay, we got noise complaints, even if they're not verified, even if we had a lot of noise complaints. This one, we have no noise complaints. So now is a decision whether, when the county, and if you follow the county commissioner's decision process, not the code, but how they got there, first they said no tier 3s. And someone said, wait a minute, I have a unique property. I'm very far away from anybody. I couldn't bother them if I tried. And it was, there's a distance, there's a geology, and if you read the code, it says, is it unlikely to cause noise because of the geology? It doesn't say a tourist area right now. So what we're saying now is, we kind of think it's a tourist area, even though 80% of the units are not VHRs. But there's 0 between A and B. Now A is saying they're okay with it. But A is not speaking for, in perpetuity, for any owner of that property. So my concern is, are we ready to say, does the absence of noise complaints alone mean that this is a good tier 3? And I'm not prepared to go there. Now, I understand, back to Lauren's thing, that I am against until I hear a debate, right? Because I come in with a firm opinion that's completely changed when Lauren says something like, oh, I never thought about that way. Okay, I agree, right? I'm completely against designation of tourist areas. But I'm willing to hear the debate and willing to hear if there is one, this is it, right? I will say that if there is a tourist area, this is it. It sounds like everyone can get there different ways. I would support tier 3 with the following conditions. The parking things I talked about, noise monitors installed, the permit good for a year, and we can talk about that because I am starting to get concerned that people start taking reservations for tier 3 and then we reduce it. I just don't think that's fair to owners. So I believe that we could actually say, we're going to approve this tier 3. We have a lot of concerns, but there's a remedy to the parking, and that we could align the owner to come back on the last month of her tier 3 for this one, once we've had the debate about tourist zones. Because if I can get tourists, I don't want to harm anybody's economic output when there's no complaints, right? But I also don't want to set a precedent that the absence of complaints means no matter where you are, it doesn't matter if you've had no complaints, you're okay. I'm not ready to go that. So that would be my position. I can do it subject to the last month before this permit expires, the applicant bring back their noise monitoring results. We've now seen the logs those noise monitors produce. By that time, we will have a position whether there is a tourist area and subject to the parking being described in the ad and designated. But it takes, I'm a little further away than you guys are. I can get there, but there's just a lot of conditions upon conditions upon conditions.
Thank you, Keith. Any follow-up from Keith, Lauren?
So, it helps me if we do a 1 year, because unfortunately, like I'm saying, we're putting the cart before the horse. We're approving things that are setting precedents that we haven't we haven't gone through the ordinance yet, and it's just because we had to get going on these tier 3s, which I understand. But that I do see. However, one thing I will say, as far as this being a tourist area, is you say 80% are not VHRs. In most multi-family places, if there's 20%, the other 80% are second homes, full-time residents, or full-time tenants. In Tahoe Village, and I don't know the numbers, I should try and find out, they're timeshares. So it is so different than any other multi-family place within Tahoe Village. Tahoe Village is Tahoe Village is the only one where I believe a huge majority of the places there are timeshare.
And so timeshares are considered a unit, but not a, so you're saying that they're distorted, the numbers are distorted because a timeshare isn't a VHR.
Correct.
But it's still a unit.
And
so if you actually compare timeshares and VHRs combined, the density is much higher.
It's a huge amount. Yes, and I'll try and see if I can find the numbers for you.
Yeah, because, we just talked through that all the direct neighbors here are not timeshares and they're not VHRs. So,
correct.
And so I think that's why we need to have the debate.
Yeah.
That's why we need to have the debate about what if this is the one and only tourist area in Tahoe. And I just don't think we ought to harm someone's financial position. I mean, I hear what you said. I'm not disputing what you said. I understand there's a social thing about families being able to get together, but there's also a financial impact, right? And I don't think we should be hurting someone's financial impact and only allowing them 10 because we haven't figured our stuff out. So I think they ought to be able to get to 14 until we get it figured out, but make them come back.
Okay, so does someone want to make a motion for a conditional permit?
I'll give it a shot. I move that we approve the Tier 3 permit for 460 Quaker Aspen with the following conditions. That noise monitors be approved subject to the program manager. that the parking, so, sorry, let me pause a little bit. What I'm saying is in your slip, you said you wanted to approve the noise monitors. I think one wasn't working. So that's that caveat, okay? Subject to to a noise monitor installation in the approval of the program manager. That parking be precisely described in the advertising, noting that 2 small vehicles and 1 large vehicle may be brought, subject to the assigned parking space beside the unit be signed and as designated to this specific unit, and that this permit come back to the committee the first month of the next Tier 3 approval. So in other words, when they get it approved, it comes back to the committee that month, not. Okay, does that make sense to everybody?
Yep.
Can't be. It's too complicated. I know it's too complicated.
Yep.
So I guess I'm concerned about the HOA, and I don't know that the HOA Tahoe Village will put a sign out for.
Well, because to me, we got to back up. Then I withdraw my motion, because if Tahoe Village is deciding whose this is, because when I asked the question, when I saw her answer was, "This is mine.
Yeah.
I can sign it. I can tow you if you don't do it." If this is an open spot like everything else that's open spot, then they've got 2 permits, and I'm not there for Tier 3.
What they're saying is, and Tahoe Village is a little different, because they're different than other HOAs, whereas they don't seem to care about these extra spots. And from my understanding, even if you have a garage, you still have other spots. And that's just, I mean, I don't think we can start enforcing HOA's things. And so, and we can't tell an HOA on their common area that they have to put a sign if they don't put other restrictive signs. So I don't have an issue with the fact that there's 3 spots there.
Let me reverse it.
Okay.
Okay, it is 2 o'clock in the morning, July 5th.
Right.
And this unit, they're coming home from the casinos.
Right.
It says resident parking.
Right.
That parking spot is occupied, as is everything else. Do we believe that 3rd car is going to wake up the 2nd car and say, follow me back to the casino so I can leave my car there and then come back? Because there are no resident parking spots left. So to me, designation is I'm not going to say it's always important, but it's pretty important, because that gives me that 2 o'clock in the morning, July 5th, that spot is not going to be closed.
And if it were in an HOA that cared and said each unit has 2 residents, the 2 parking spots, like I know a lot of other HOAs really are, and they try to enforce it, and they hold the feet to the fire of the people that live there full-time, and they have a real problem when VHRs come in and have this issue. Tahoe Village isn't that way. It at least is my understanding that they're not that way. And so if they, and in one way I'm going under what they're saying here, that there is a 3rd spot, or that Tahoe Village, you know, and if that is the case, I have to go by what they're saying. I don't want to start fighting an HOA battle for them when they don't seem to care.
Well, see, I'm not fighting an HOA battle. I'm saying, is that a designated space that you can park and no one else can?
And the problem with an HOA is, like, if we push that on them and said, yes, put up a reserved spot, then you've got a problem with an HOA has to treat everyone the same, so now they're going to have reserved spots everywhere, and they don't have reserved spots
But
up
then
there.
if you don't have reserved spots, you still have my...
But the HOA says common area spots or common area spots, it's first come, first serve.
But so then you don't have 3 designated spots, you have 2.
It's a weird...
Well, I guess, so forget what legally is there.
Yeah.
It's renters, right? It's going to be people who are up here for a weekend, for a week, who have 3 cars. And I believe if there are 3 spaces that only they can park, there will be 3 spots to park. I believe that there are 2 spots to park and 1 that is first come, first serve. Even if I own it, but I can't sign it, I have to have, part of my property rights is the ability to control it. I can park there. If you park there, I tow it. It's mine. That is, to me, ownership. Common interest is not ownership. And so now I'm back to, you've got 2 designated spots. And so to me, it's not our problem with the HOA, it's the owner's problem with the HOA. The owners, and again, if this is a tourist area like we all believe it is, They need to get with their HOA and say, listen, we need to designate these spots because this is causing us a problem in the VHR industry. I mean, they ought to control the HOA. You said, maybe I'm making too much of it, but what I'm saying is, I know if this spot is not marked, Unit B, that on July 4th night, someone else is gonna be parked there. When the last person there does not have a spot. You're gonna have more cars than spots. And so that means it's 2 parking spots, not 3. And I would love to hear the property owner again, now that we've had this debate, come back at me.
Yeah, one last quick, and I know you wanna.
Let's try and get through this more expeditiously. Terry, did you have a comment?
I have just a couple of things to say in reference to changing my website, and I just want to read to you what I have on there now. And it says, parking notes. The attached garage can accommodate 2 average-sized cars. Large vehicles will not fit inside the garage and will require a parking pass displayed on the driver's side dashboard to park in any open non-resident spot. Now, I can change that to resident spot if you prefer. Because, and the reason I'm very sensitive to this parking issue is because I have a place in Maui that is my vacation home. And I'm on the board of directors there, and parking is a big deal because a lot of people do vacation rent there. So we, as owners, have a deeded, we have a deeded spot, but it can't be designated. Does that make sense? So I can't mark it as my unit. So we've gone to the county, and anybody who marks it is going to be fined by the county because, again, they haven't gotten their regulations in order either. And I sure wouldn't like to open a back can of worms in the Tahoe Village Homeowners Association until there are more specific guidelines.
Can you reread, and I'm sorry for that, but think over that one instead of 2 of these, right? I want you to reread it, and I want everyone to think about when I'm gonna have people come in from 4 different cities. We're each gonna have a car. And I gotta figure out if I gotta park at a casino and carpool. Can you read what you said about the parking passes? Because when you read the first time, I got the idea that if I park in the garage, I don't need a parking spot. And I can put your parking thing on my windshield, and I can park 2 of my 4 cars.
Okay, I'll reread
Okay,
it, and
yeah.
I'm certainly open to rewording it if it doesn't make sense to everyone.
And I'll also shut up because I know I don't want to micromanage this more than we need to.
Parking notes. The attached garage can accommodate 2 average-sized cars. Large vehicles will not fit inside the garage and will require a parking pass displayed on the driver's side dashboard to park in any open non-resident spot. 1 pass, 1 spot only. Any vehicle not displaying a pass is subject to towing at owner's expense.
And so you give people 3 parking passes or 1?
I give them 1 for outside. It's my understanding that they don't need a parking pass in there if they're parking in the garage.
That's true. Okay, that's great. Good. Okay.
Can't see it anyway.
That makes it easier.
Okay, so anyway, sorry for the confusion.
Michael?
I think that Mr. Sternlow did show us the sign that he took the picture of, that there is a designated owner's spot. So, I mean, if somebody's parked in it, it's up to the owner to tow away if there's no other spots available.
That's just not the way it works. Does it say owner or resident?
Resident, what does the sign say?
If I'm, so let me ask you a question.
Resident.
I'm sitting in the bear house, right? And I don't want a parallel park. And I can't remember what the parking was there. But I'm in the bear house and I'm driving along. I'm beating them by 3 hours, right? I'm getting home from the casinos at 11 because I was more unlucky on the blackjack table. And it says resident parking. I'm renting the bear house. To me, I'm a resident. That's my parking. I'm not an owner, it's a resident. Resident means you're not from the ski resort. You see what I'm saying? My concern is the clarity of these parking signs. If I'm renting, I consider myself a resident, not a non-resident. I'm not a salesman, and I'm not at the ski resort. And especially being across the street from the ski resort, that's what I would think it means is don't try to, stagecoach is full, don't park here. I would not mean that, well, wait a minute, I'm VHRing so that I shouldn't park here. And so you're gonna have more on 4th of July, and maybe it's only one time a year, but on 4th of July, you're gonna have more cars than parking spaces. And those are gonna be parked on the street.
For the record, Ernie Strelo. So it says resident parking only. That's what it says in big letters there. And then underneath it, where the sign is kind of mangled, other cars will be towed at owner's expense. It's kind of torn up on the bottom. So.
I also have a comment real quick too. This now is going from 18 people to 14 people. So to me, that's reducing this unit by at least a car or more. So if there's 3 spots, if it says residents only, if someone doesn't have a parking pass, and let's say that someone comes up there and it's like, hey, I don't do this, it's up to that renter to call the emergency contact and just say, hey, there's no parking here.
Okay, so what happens when you get a call at 2 o'clock in the morning? You said I have 3 cars, there's not a spot. Because all those spots could be filled with resident-only parkers.
I have to say, I've never received that call, but if I were to receive that call, I would call probably Douglas County Sheriff or whoever's the governing agency at the time and tell them that there's a car parked in my spot, what shall I do? And then if they say call the towing company, then I'll call them.
But so it is yours, because
Okay,
now we're getting back to, is this a designated spot? I'm sorry, go ahead.
So is your motion still on the table?
No, no, it is not, because if she has 2 designated spots, and her HOA is unwilling to be able to allow her to sign her 3rd spot, no, I think she has 2
So
spots.
you're withdrawing your motion?
I'm withdrawing my motion.
Mr. Dallaire.
There, the 2 o'clock scenario in the summertime, there's a parking lot that looks like 7 houses down on the right-hand side, part of the ski group, if I were me. No parking along the homes between there and that parking lot. I'm parking in the parking lot and taking my chances. We'll see what happens. But there's 72 parking spots. Then, just maybe 100 feet away from that is a larger parking lot with I don't know how many, I didn't count it, but it looks like it's 100, 200 parking spots.
Have you been driven through there 4th of July?
And that's at the ski resort, which gets full in the wintertime. So it's going to be the wintertime that we're having the issues, and when you get all the skiers coming to the home. So but it's still, it's based, our current code today is based on occupancy of bedrooms, so.
It just seems like it's an HOA issue and not ours. Lauren?
So I want to make sure, though, we're not going down, because here we go, cart before the horse again. We haven't decided on this designated, and I have to say I object to, I'm not remembering seeing designated when I read through the ordinance just recently, but it is a thing that I've had arguments with Douglas County before. Our HOA will never designate common area parking for 4 units. There's a few reasons why. You put up a sign, you can no longer push the snow, and we have to push the snow. And if you want us to write it on the asphalt, it's gone by springtime. So you have to redo it, and you can't see it 6 months out of the year. So our HOA will never designate, even though people have 2 spots, okay? It's 2 spots out there, okay? And it is 2, and in those places, I would say we need to make sure it's 2, whereas Tahoe Village doesn't seem to care. They don't really push the 2, they just kind of do whatever. But I just want to make sure we're not going on a slippery slope of designate, because I'm going to fight that hard. Because
we'll have a debate when we have it.
We need to make a motion on this, because I have the sheriff's office here for our next agenda item, and they only have a limited amount of time.
I would say with the 1 year that we put away the parking thing and pass it that way and look at it a year from now and see what happens.
Okay, so you would say with the understanding that we're gonna discuss this one fully with the new code, not just subject to noise monitoring results.
Okay, I'd like to.
I'll do anything for a year.
Okay.
Maybe, I'll try and make a motion for 460 Quaking Aspen, that we approve the Tier 3 subject to renewal meeting for next year's permit.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Was there something in this?
I'd like to amend the, well, I guess we need a second.
I'd like to first too.
Me too.
Well, you need a second, then you need to ask to amend, or
So if there's
how
no
does that
second-
work?
if
How's
there's
it
no
work?
second,
I don't think
we
we're
just-
second and then.
You could,
tried this last time.
you could, well, we don't know what your amendment is.
Well, he never said anything about
He made a
parking.
motion.
He never said
There's no
anything about.
Well,
Or you never did.
in the
Because-
motion, I says that we review,
Yeah.
which I'm leaving it open to review whatever we want to when they come, when the VHR
Right.
comes up for a permit.
Because
I'm
they
not
have 3 parking
specifying
spots.
every single item.
Yeah, and I guess I would rather than have the description of the parking like they have now, but make that a condition of the permit. Did they keep that in the ad?
So we have a motion for a conditional approval with a renewal, with a
At one-
review, a
1
full
year.
review at the renewal.
At the renewal.
Do I have a second?
Can I second and then make it offer an amendment, or is that allowed?
Just don't make a second, and then make a motion.
Okay.
Or do you make an amendment?
Oh, and then you have to say okay to the amendment.
Yeah.
It's AJ Hames from the DA's office for the record. You can make an amendment, but it would need to be affirmed by the original motion maker.
I would like to offer an amendment to yours that the parking in the ad remain clear. That there are 2 spots in the garage. There is a 3rd spot, subject to first come, first serve, that you can use for a larger SUV. So it will require another change, because it was, at first my thing was, it's this spot, now it's any of those spots. Because they're all marked, as a tourist, you don't know which spot is what, it just says resident. So I would like to amend your motion to say that the description of parking be accurate, that there are 2 spots in the garage, and you'll be giving a parking spot, a parking pass, to allow you to park in resident parking, subject to availability.
Patty, are you okay with that amendment? You don't have to be, but
Yep.
did you, adding parking to the conditional permit?
Yes.
Okay,
Did I second my?
so you seconded it.
So I'll second her amendment. Oh, I'll second her motion.
Okay, thank you.
And AJ Hames for the record, you would be seconding the motion as amended.
Yeah, I'll second the motion as is.
Okay, are we ready for a vote? All those in favor of that motion? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No, thank you. I was gonna take a little break, but I really want to get to the sheriff's office. Because,
I can keep going to the presentation if you want.
is everybody okay?
Yeah.
Because
That's good on. You're
we're
on a
going to
time
take
schedule.
item number 4 now, which would be for presentation only, question and answer session by VHR Advisory Board with officers from Douglas County Sheriff's Office and Code Enforcement Office regarding current efforts to enforce and implement the VHR ordinance, issues encountered during said enforcement, and ideas to improve enforcement efforts and/or the VHR ordinance. I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Strelo, and we probably should start with the DCSO questions, right? So they can.
So, for the record, Ernie Strelo. So the DSCO and our code enforcement, they were supplied questions from a couple of the board members, because I think previously we were going to do written questions. So I didn't get questions from everybody. So I did let them know that there may be other questions from the board written down. So.
Sure. Yeah. Chair's okay if we do it together.
Oh, yeah.
So like, because we have things going to cross over, I'm easy, you can ask questions, we can kind of tag team it, and that's what we do.
That sounds fantastic. Take it away.
I'm Under Sheriff Ron Elgus for the record. Thank you for your time, thank you for getting us through. I got at 4 o'clock, I have to be out in the valley, so I want to get through that too.
Appreciate your
like
time.
for you guys. And then get going. So do you want to start with your questions, or how would you like to do this?
So you had a list of Ernie Strelo for the record. We gave you a list of questions. If you can go through the questions, that I don't need to just ask them, because they can read the questions and And the answers, I guess, would be fine. And then if there's anything else you want to add, I think that'd be worth looking at.
And if you guys come with another question, by all means, just ask. It's not a problem at all. So one of the first questions was, how do you act on a call for regarding parking? In this question block, there was also, I'm sorry, Ryan, what's for the record? Do you check if it's a VHR? And can parking violations be enforced? Is the call passed on to Douglas County Code Enforcement and or DCO's VHR officers? All right, so how, we get a call for parking. So first of all, one of the questions I saw in there was, do the guys look at VHRs? Maybe we start this way. Our computer system Spillman is in each of our cars. There is, when you get a call, there's an address on there. And our records division has labeled each VHR inside there. So when 123 North Benjamin pulls up, it'll say VHR. One of the things we discovered, which is a problem, is that if North Benjamin is like one of these areas that's got 25 places, they're all labeled VHR. So we're actually refining that down to number B, C, whatever is there. So we know exactly that's the VHR. So they do know which ones will be VHRs when they get there. Okay, so I asked Mr. Little asked them for an updated list to make sure we got an updated list. It's something monthly we'll be doing, because it sounds like you guys are permitting people almost monthly. Is that correct? Then we'll get an updated list if we can. That way, every month our records division will add those into the Spillman computer, and we know immediately if it's a VHR. We have, so maybe, I guess, talking about some of the structure would be better so you understand the questions or the answers I give you. We have 2 units assigned up here. Most of the time that is our minimum, 2 units. The B3 unit, which is anywhere from basically Kingsbury grade to Glenbrook, their task is obviously the residences, right? They're driving through residences looking for burglars, any kind of crimes. They are also, there's 2 deputies that are assigned as VHR deputies, that's their tag. And they also know to look at VHRs and to see what's going on and look for law violations. The separation for us will be code and law, right? Code enforcement does the county codes, law enforcement does the laws. We can't cross paths. So because it could be a 4th Amendment violation. If he was to say, hey, there's something going on in this house, and my deputy runs there without any kind of 4th Amendment reason to be in there, it can cause a violation. So that's why it's separated. They have theirs, we have ours, and we share that together. So on the street parking, if there's a call, somebody says, hey, there's too many cars on this road, fire trucks can't get through, whatever it is, we will send a unit up. The unit will go up there, or if they see it, they will act upon that and try to deal with that situation. More times than not, it's contacting people and say, hey, get your car down the road, or hey, do whatever. And if it's labeled a VHR, then what they will do is they will write a report, because the guys that are supposed to be up here in these beats, or the 2 beats that we have assigned, know to write a VHR reports. And all deputies were given a memorandum saying you will write a report if it's deemed a VHR, forward to code enforcement. We have a gal up here at Lake Tahoe, her name is Michelle. She forwards all the reports, as long as he says they're getting them. She'll be forwarding all reports to them so they know what we came across and what happened. So that's that. So we deal with the traffic stuff when we see it and know if it's called in. That's usually how it happens. I can't say they're doing that, every day of every minute, because there's obviously other things going on up here that they're handling. The Sheriff's Office has given 2 specific bodies for VHRs through the program. We have not, we are using the VHR, guys are doing the VHR, but we have not reached the level we actually employ those people yet. We're only at 106 employees, and I need 112 to overfill my shifts so that those 2 guys, all they will do is VHR. Their thing will be VHR primary, and then secondary, unless it's of course an emergency call, like somebody's getting killed or something, they will shift to that part of the Lake Tahoe, but they will always be assigned up here. They're assigned to swing shift. They're on opposite days, so one is covering Wednesday through Saturday, the other one's Sunday through Wednesday. So there should always be that coverage up here for when we see when there's something going on. If we can get to that point, we're working as hard as we can to get people certified up patrol, so we have those bodies. Any questions so far? Do you mind have a question? Yes, sir, Mr. Sloan.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see here. So,
There's a date.
Your 2 units, the B3 you call them, it basically goes Kingsbury to Glenbrook, right? So you have 2 units, and then you have 2 what you call VHR units, but they're not really deployed as that such because you're under your number you need. I think you needed 112 before you got to they can go more full-time. Is that correct?
Correct. So let me just straighten out a little bit. So every day, there's 3 shifts up here. There's 3 deputies that work, or I should say, there's 2 assigned. That's 6 people that come up here every day to work for 24 hours.
Okay.
All the 3 unit all know when there's a VHR call done. Right? So that's kind of how we're operating. So what happens, hopefully we'll say it happens next month, I have all these employees and I get 2 more deputies that I can call VHR deputies. They would be B5, that we're using numbers, right? So I have 1, 3, 5, and then 5, that's all their primary focus will be is neighborhoods and VHRs kind of watching and see what's going on. Again, pending emergency calls.
And
So I'd have 3 total units up here on swing shift.
You're budgeted for 112, you just don't have the bodies.
Exactly.
Okay.
We are budgeted. We got the money. The county's been gracious, the board's been gracious, so we just need more copies. So, I'm sorry, any more questions? Yes, ma'am.
On that same subject matter, what do you see as your time frame for getting the program, complete with bodies or people?
We were super close, and then we had a bunch of retirements, and so honestly, I can't give you time on it because it takes. I hire somebody in the jail. It takes 17 weeks to train them. Then I attend somebody in the academy for 4 months, and then that person comes to patrol for 14 weeks to finish patrol. So that's how long it takes one person to move the box, all the boxes.
So it could be a year, maybe?
Yes. It could
Okay.
be. But we are doing the program. We're just not, the way we've intended it, hasn't
Not
been
dedicated.
fulfilled yet.
Okay.
That's our issue. Getting there as fast as we can, it's just
Madam Chair?
time. Yes, sir.
Yes.
So you differentiated a very great thing to understand that sheriffs do law enforcement, not code enforcement. So where is there an overlap? You mentioned parking. Parking would be law enforcement. Trash, not noise.
Yes.
So noise and parking, which by the way have been the vast majority of our fight have been those 2, not trash. I was kind of surprised, but so trash would not be, but noise and parking would be. Thank you, ma'am.
Parking inside the perimeter of the property is not. Parking on the street is.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
And then noise complaints, when it disturbs another neighbor, it becomes a complaint for us, then we handle those as well. Because obviously no one wants to be disturbed in the middle of the night with people running around. Okay. Do officers assigned to VHRs do random patrols? Yes, they do. They do. So the question was, do officers assigned to VHRs do random patrols? Yes, they do. And we have a current list. Yes, we will update the list because my records division person told me today our list was missing a couple, as she noticed. So we'll get that updated here when I get back to the valley.
Do you have a written list, or do you go off Argus, or how?
After list. So there's a list in the vest. Mr. Stradwell said there's one back there. I'm going to grab it.
Okay.
And I will give it to our records, and hopefully every month we'll get an updated list, and we'll go through our computer.
But there's not like a computer system that you access that says, hey, that's a VHR.
We don't have it.
Yeah,
Unless we don't do it.
Dispatch.
Yeah, there is a web app that GIS has that we need to get the officers. We weren't connecting on when the officers rotate from position to position. So the 2 officers that we started this program several months ago had access to that GIS app, and we trained them on it. But there is, I don't know about your Spillman thing. So
No, so let's.
GIS has the current in their GIS records, so they should be able to transfer it to Spillman.
Okay, we'll talk offline. We'll do how do you shift that to the captain, because what's happening every 4 months, our guys pick new shifts.
Yeah.
Every 4 months right now, I have people choosing different, become the VHR deputy if they want.
Okay.
We get full, that should not happen. That's what we're anticipating. So yes, that'd be great for the captain. They can distribute to new ones every 4 months. That would be great. I won't have to go and searching pieces of paper in the electronic world. Let's try something else. There's a couple more. Then I'll obviously wait until he gets his too to make sure. There's a question about providing an hourly matrix of assigned patrol administrative support. That kind of get answered, or do you have more of a question on that?
Well, that was mine, to be honest with you. And you pretty much went over the matrix. You've told us what you have and what you don't have for staffing, correct?
Yes, sir.
You pretty much have done that. So you answered. You didn't provide metrics, but you told me the matrix. So
I pulled the stats. The question was about statting. I pulled the stats from, and of course I put it on the front and the back and didn't make it easy for me. So in 2021, we had 71 calls for VHRs, we wrote 50 reports, and 21 of those were what we call a call for service and were solved on scene.
Sorry, could you just repeat those? Say you had 71?
71 total calls for VHR, as you guys would deem a VHR call. 50 of those were written reports in 2021, and 21 of those were just when we showed up, we solved on scene, it wasn't much, it was just a call we ended up dealing. Sometimes we get like a domestic there, right? It's not really VHR related, it's crime, and so we're dealing with a different type of issue there. In 2022, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so 71 calls, 21 were solved, 50 reports were done in the year 2021.
And I'm praying to God he tells me he got 50 reports in 2021. So,
Okay.
in 2022 so far, we've taken 59 calls, 45 reports have been written, 14 have just been solved on scene. Nothing more than notes added to our computer system that we showed up, and it was a going and occurring. Sometimes we get noise complaints, we show up, and 5 minutes or before we get there, someone just decides they're not going to shut down. We don't have any reason to make contact unless we can find a reason, and we try to find a reason. The biggest calls for service that year also was parking, of course. Had a bunch of parking calls, and most of the biggest call is disturbing the peace. People, because it's what they're here for, right? They're here to drink and have a good time, and they disturb the peace.
I know most of them are parking, disturbing peace. Was there any felonies, would you say? Assault and battery, guns?
We had a domestic battery where somebody beat up somebody, and they were arrested.
Okay.
So, but that was the one time. A lot of alarm calls.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
That's all.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir.
About just your vocabulary?
Yes, sir.
So there's unfounded and there's not verified. So it's like unfounded parking, but then there's a noise disturbance not verified. Can you describe what it means to have it unfounded? Does that mean the complaint wasn't really valid, or that, and if so, can you contrast is that what unfounded is, and then unverified means there was no noise by the time you got there? Unfounded versus verified, not verified.
Yeah, I think it's all the same word. For us, unfounded is I showed up, you called about a noise complaint at 123 North Benjamin, and we showed up, the lights are off, and there's nothing there. Where it's unfounded, we couldn't determine something.
Okay, so it doesn't mean it was false, it just means there was no substantiation of it.
We couldn't substantiate anything. We couldn't find a probable cause reason for us to go in and make contact. Unless the person, I heard screaming, I heard someone screaming for help, that would be it, precipitate us to be able to go, I need to make sure something's going on, it's good, no one's getting hurt, as opposed to, push clothes on.
And unverified would be about the same? There's not really a distinction?
It would be probably the same.
Okay.
And that might be something that you guys use unverified term. So maybe unverified for him might be a different term.
Oh,
On the
okay,
code
thank you.
side that, hey, we weren't able to verify there was 20,000 people in this one's calls.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure I pull all the questions I got, because I know Mr. Sloan sent some to, or I think he did. Somebody sent some to it, it was one of my sergeants, and I want to make sure I got them all. I think one of the questions was, emergency calls are made to Douglas County 911.
Yeah.
Does the staff know it's a VHR address? Yes, because it shows up if we have it listed. It should show that way, like I said, we'll get it updated, and Mr. Delaire get that taken care of. Is that shared with the patrol officer? Yes, because it shows up right on the screen, VHR, big red letters. It's red with white letters, it's VHR. I think that's it for me. Do you have any questions? And I'll wait to see if there's any questions.
When a noise or parking or whatever, and you get there and it is an actual problem, and there is a report written, does it also go to code enforcement then, so that it would be on your list when we see these tier 3s of whether there were
An
complaints?
incident report gets sent to us.
Yeah,
That's
and then
good.
if it was a tier 3, when we were doing a review, it would show up as a
We
complaint.
log that in Citizen Serve,
Right, that-
which is the web platform that we use.
Does the police officers, Douglas County, do they go through that
No.
system? So they don't see what you're doing, and you can't see what they're doing, basically.
They have a different web base than we do.
Sure.
Okay.
Or is there a way to mutually, just for VHR purposes? No.
See that head?
I'm shaking my head.
No.
Okay, all right.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah, that's okay.
So, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Let's say that someone calls in a noise complaint, and you show up and it's completely dark, but they have a video on their phone, because I think people are thinking that if I have a video on my phone, it does something. So you show up, this person is, you're sitting there looking at their picture of that house, lights all on, screaming, yelling, but the house is quiet now. Can you take that evidence into consideration, or is that just not, that's just unfounded?
For law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
We could look at it, and we'd have to ask the reporting party, because it's a crime committed not in our presence, it's a misdemeanor. So what I need is, if Mr. Dallaire is the person, I need Mr. Dallaire to say, I am going to push forward with this, then I can start moving, otherwise it's just a moot point. But it could be transferred to them to say, hey, your neighbor recorded you, et cetera, et cetera. So it just depends on the circumstance.
And would you be able to, with owner's permission, let's say that this has happened 4 times in a year, and we have noise monitors, would you be able to, would noise monitor data be admissible to say that there was a noise complaint?
For what? For
law
a criminal case?
Yeah.
Or for,
Yeah.
Mr. Haynes, I would have to defer to you. I would assume you could use that as evidence.
Okay.
I would have to ask him, are those noise monitors certified enough to say, someone can testify and say, yes, it's a certified noise monitor, yes, it's caused 4 different issues, correct? I mean, something like that.
AJ Haynes, for the record, from the DA's office. I did criminal prosecution for 4 years, just before coming over to this job. And I think what Undersheriff Elgis, the point he's making first and foremost is, when they arrive at a scene and there's a complaint about noise or something, that's a misdemeanor crime. If they don't see evidence of that crime, their investigation essentially ends, unless the person says, I, complainant, wish to press charges. I'm going to fill out a form, and I'm going to essentially be the one who's doing the pushing of the case. And so in that situation then, they can act, and as part of their actions going forward, assisting with the gathering of evidence to support that complaint, they can start to collect evidence, such as videos and things like that. And then it just becomes a question of, is that evidence reliable? You know, can a person come into court and say, this is when I took this video? This, you know, is there something to...
Well, I don't know if it's in front of them or not, but could we require VHR permit holders to allow noise monitor data to be admissible? In other words, you know, in exchange for you, the county giving you a permit, which you don't have a right to, you agree that your noise monitoring data is reliable. In other words, is admissible as evidence.
If the code required that, that would be fine. And then, but as far as prosecuting a criminal case goes, there's still evidentiary issues that just, me as a homeowner agreeing that, yes, you can use my noise monitoring information in your trial is not necessarily the same standard that would be required in trial to get that admitted into evidence.
Okay.
I'm sure, Marlon, real fast. Is your question prosecuting the homeowner or the persons that we came across?
We have, here's my concern, and so I'll throw it out there. Every time we have a tier 3 permit, we have people coming in. I've called, there's always parking, and I don't know what the truth is, right? What I'm trying to say is, if my neighbor is a nuisance to me, but by the time people get there, they figured it out and they're quiet, 3 strikes and you can have your permit pulled. But I'm wondering how many strikes you actually get to, there's a valid claim, right? Because, you know, only the ones, an unfounded complaint is not one of those 3 that would have a permit pulled. So I'm trying to figure out, what is my remedy if my neighbor is a nuisance, but every time, by the time you guys show up, I have a video, but it sounds like I can pursue it myself. I can file a claim against them.
Right. You'd be the victim.
Yeah, okay, as the victim, yeah. So you don't understand my comment. You know, we get all these calls, but they're not resulting in these 3 things which we can pull a permit for.
Right.
Okay.
And
Mr. Haynes?
AJ Haynes for the record again. Under Sheriff Elgis brings up another good point that when they are conducting an investigation with regard to a noise complaint, essentially disturbing the peace, the defendant in that scenario would be the person who is creating the noise. And so if what the concern is here is we're trying to gather evidence for possibly revoking somebody's permit because they're creating a nuisance, that's separate from can somebody be prosecuted for the criminal act of causing a disturbance.
Okay.
And so the standards would be a little bit different.
Thank you, and again, when we get to the code, I'll have a lot more questions for you, because what I'm trying to figure out is, rules are good, even if they're not enforceable, because a lot of people follow the rules. But enforceable rules are even better, because enforceable rules protect the innocent VHR permit holders from the ones who are unscrupulous, right? Okay, well, more comments when we get there.
More to come.
Richard Larson for the record, code enforcement supervisor. Mr. Byer, I want to clarify something about noise. Because I've heard the board talk a lot about noise over the past year. So in our code, the noise section, it's described as CNE, cumulative noise over time, which is noise is generated over a 24-hour period is how it's measured. It's not, in our code, it's not measured in decibels, it's measured in noise over time. So a quick scenario is in the code also states that a noise level is acceptable inside and out. Outside is 64 CNE, inside is 45 CNE. But if you do the math, it would, in the time that they have that noise, it never reaches that decibel, that noise.
And that's not in the VHR code, that's in county code.
Right. It's because it's not defined. It's not defined in the VHR code. It is in Title 20 code about noise.
Yeah. So unless I have a lathe in my garage, grinding things 24 hours a day, I'm never going to buy it.
And I concur on that. I think the code, if you look at it like that, I believe that the code was developed for machinery that's operating at a 24-hour period.
So I can't plow my backyard if I have a party. As long as I sleep it off. I can have a party as long as I sleep it off.
Other questions?
Well, my lengthy questionnaire.
You do all the heavy lifting for
Well,
us.
I don't know about that. But thanks for coming today, by the way. It's great to have both you both here. Can you go over a matrix, but just your staffing and what they do and what you intend to have them in the future do if you're understaffed?
So, yeah, Mr. Sloan, I'll go over your questions. Okay, so the first question you had was Douglas County SO and code enforcement provide daily or hourly matrix of all assigned patrol and administrative support. In total, and specifically Tahoe Basin that would respond to VHR complaints. We don't necessarily have a matrix hourly on that, but my comment on that is we respond when there's a problem during normal business hours, Monday through Friday. We work 10-hour shifts. We work from 10 to 5:30. And on weekends and nights, we have an on-call officer. We do not respond after the hours of 7 to 08 to 07 in the morning, but we do respond to issues from 07 to 7 o'clock at night on the weekends. You understand what I'm saying?
So basically it's Monday through Friday, not 10 to 5:30, and on call after that.
So after 7 o'clock, we answer the VHR hotline.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a reason why you haven't set it up so that there's some nighttime, staffing that can go out and assist with noise or parking or anything else?
Okay, the noise in the party is in the wheelhouse of the SO. Okay, it's not in the wheelhouse of code enforcement. We're not protected. And just to set this up, not to make this lengthy, but the sheriff officers are trained to go and confront people. The code enforcement officers do not have that level of training. And also, the pensions are different too. The SO is considered safety in PERS. Code enforcement is considered miscellaneous. There's a defining line right there of what we do and what they do. They carry guns, they carry bulletproof vests. We don't make contact with the partiers or the renters. The contact is made when there's noise and there's parties going on. An officer will make contact. Anything else, the local contact, that is their responsibility to make contact with partiers.
Okay, so you don't roll on just complaints, basically. You
Well, we
roll
do.
on
Let me clarify that. So,
okay.
say we get a call at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Friday night, and they say, excessive parking in the parking stalls, or they're blocking the emergency responders' route. 7 o'clock in the morning, we'll launch to the address, and we'll document it, take pictures. And we'll also check to see if they have their parking pass, if they're parking in the designated areas. If they're not, we do have a slip for that scenario that we put on the windshield, that they violate the parking ordinance for the VHR.
Well, that.
We're not talking the street, we're talking on the
Right.
private property itself.
It seems a little late, if you get a call at 2 o'clock and 7 o'clock, maybe they're, still there, maybe they're not still there. I think we're trying to get a handle on, it appears as though we're missing a lot of calls or a lot of complaints because we're not responding in quick enough order. And I defer the floor to Mr. DeLaire.
I'm just curious, why do you think we're missing a lot of calls? So, we are not. We're answering the phone that we have, one line, answered by one individual. So if multiple people are calling at the exact same time, one person's going to get through. It rings busy. We're trying to fix that right now. But the problem is we've got individuals who are normal business hours are from 7 to so it's 6:30, 5:30 every day. We have them in office 5 days a week. We overlap again on Wednesdays, just like the sheriff does. They're on call, standby. They pay within one person. They're working 4 hours, 4-day work weeks, because they're on call one time a month. We have 4 officers that are doing that. And so they rotate weekends. And so every month they are in charge of a weekend. And so then if the hotline calls, somebody calls the hotline, they do respond to the point where they could contact their emergency contact person. They do that. I didn't hear Richard say that, but I think you
Yeah, I said that, yeah.
You would call the emergency contact. The emergency contact has to call dispatch. Dispatch does not want to hear from our code enforcement officers secondhand to a noise problem, because the person making the call can see the noise problem and describe the situation to dispatch, so that dispatch can tell the sheriff's officers what's going on at that time. We are not there on the site to see that. And dispatch will not take code enforcement secondhand call on those situations. So the person calling the hotline needs to call dispatch. We've provided both dispatch, non-emergency line, or even dial 911. But we've provided that number and also the VHR hotline number as well. But we can follow up, early in the morning, 7 o'clock, and see if there's an issue still, or if it hasn't been resolved. If we do contact emergency local contact, an emergency contact person for the VHR, they are required within 2 hours, 1 hour, to fill out a form.
It's 2 hours.
To report back to us to say, here's what I did, and here's how it was resolved. So we have that for the record.
Might as well, sorry. I just don't want you to leave yet, because I wanted to ask you a question, or you a question. When somebody calls in a complaint about an illegal or an unpermitted VHR, is the sheriff's office involved in that at all? No. Other than like where we have to knock
if there's a party there or
Yeah.
excessive noise, that will be involved, but
Noise.
that's information that we receive, and then during normal business hours, we take down the information, we do research on it, and if it's verified, then we build a case on it and send them a letter with a fine.
So where we had the fines on the appeal for Mr. Cavance, where the sheriff's office actually went out, that's a whole different subject. I mean, that was an unpermitted VHR, but you requested the sheriff's office then in that case?
Yeah, we did. So the officers, our code officers, knew the two officers that were on duty really well, and they called them and said, "Can you swing by?" They are on swing shift. I'm not sure exactly what hours that is, but they come on, I think it was 2:12. So they went out there at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, whatever, drove by and knocked on the door. Actually get out of the car, go knock on the door, inquire about their rental, because this guy, it doesn't have a permit, right? And so we could request that from the sheriff's.
So you can.
I'm not gonna send our officers up there to go knock on the door.
Right, okay.
They're, sheriff's officers are trained to deal with it. They have the hardware to defend themselves, and we do not.
Yeah.
So that's I think the main situation. We will send them a letter in the mail, certified, after AJ has reviewed it, and it gets sent, and they'll get it in a couple days.
Okay.
So.
I just, to me, there's, and I do know that we're improving the process. We didn't have a hotline for a long time, and we had one, and then we didn't have one. And to me, it was like we needed one. So we got one back. We're spreading that. So I think things are improving, but I still feel when you say that we're missing things, it is amazing to me that we have these tier 3s come in and there's no reports. And there's one tier 3 that we reviewed, and I have, through the grapevine, heard about the parties and the trash and the parking in that place for about a year. So I don't know if that's because it fell through the cracks because we didn't have a hotline for so long, and now we're working on getting a hotline. But what I'd like to see, and where I'd feel more comfortable, is when we review tier 3s, that we actually have, that it matches what, when you live up there, you hear from reality. And that's the concern that I see, because and it's all anecdotal, I understand, but sometimes that's all you have to go on. So
Right.
I know we're getting better, and I know we're improving, and so I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, but what I'm finding with the public, talking there for the record, what I'm finding with the public though is that, it's happening in Johnson Lane, right? Even if it's not VHRs, we got the rock quarry. All of a sudden, we have 170 trucks that are gonna go by, it's just gonna sound like a freeway. Well, reality is it's not. You're gonna hear that a couple times, maybe a day, if you even pay attention that close. So is this something that, people calling? Because we don't have the data for that yet, and we've been tracking it. We can even get into our phone system and see exactly how many people are calling. There's no calls on the hotline. So maybe they don't know where the hotline number is. Maybe that's the problem, and we need to get it to 9 residents in the town, in Minden, or in Gardnerville. And I had one person figure it out on how to get onto a doodle poll. It was pretty simple. And one person out of the 9 actually figured it out. So even if we did, we can expend those funds. I have them right now. We can send it. We have, if that's something that you guys want to do and get it in the paper. How many people get the paper is the other problem.
Right. But the other issue that I hear, and sometimes we say, call the property manager, and I think we should get away from saying that, because that is what happens, is the next door neighbor calls the property manager goes and papers it all over, everything's fine, but that person has just dealt with 3 or 4 noise complaints, and we don't know about it. And that's where I'm saying, we need to stop saying that. We need to say, use the hotline, here's the hotline, and funnel all those things there, so that, and I just see that when I'm up there, what the reports we see does not reflect reality just yet. And I believe we're getting there, but I can hear it, there's a bit of frustration left for people living up there, so.
Michael?
I don't want to, but
No.
anyone else? Okay, so we have yourself as a supervisor, we have 4 other staff members. 4, you and 3 others. Okay, so we have officers. Are you all called officers, basically? You're an officer,
yes.
and your staff is an officer.
Correct.
I know they don't go to more of the sheriff's department things. Have you considered, at least with 1 or 2 of them, staggering, so we have some on Friday and Saturday nights where more code enforcement issues could come up
Okay, so we staggered during the week. So two of us, myself and a brand new gal that, her name's Danielle Soto. She's new with the team. She came from Humboldt. She's a rock star. We're very glad to get her. It works with me on Monday through Thursday. And then Rachel Morales, she's probably hearing me, sorry Rachel O'Neill. She is a retired 22-year deputy sheriff, and she's my second rock star. My third rock star is Bonnie Harwood, who came from South Lake PD, and I'm very fortunate to have the team, and they start Tuesday through Friday. And so that's how we stagger it. Then on weekends, we rotate shifts, starting at 17:30 on Friday night till 0700 on the next Friday is when they're on call.
That's an on-call, it's not.
Right, after hours.
Not a dedicated driving around.
No, well, we do drive around. I was actually going to address that.
Oh,
yeah, we're getting to that. So on weekends,
Okay.
I have my officers patrolling the Lake Tahoe area with code enforcement on the side of the car. We're actually changing, now that Ernie's coming in here, we're actually going to change this to say VHR code enforcement. So it'd be more defined, but we're making up new signs for that. And we patrol 2 to 4 hours depending upon the level of activity in the Tahoe Basin on weekends. And we respond to situations, calls and we also, the problem areas we've had in the past, we do drive-bys to see if there's any current activity. So I think Ms. Romaine's question is we're getting out there, we're making a presence, we're increased our level of enforcement. In the past, we've had staffing issues with getting people on board, but now that we're full staffed, we're getting out there. Now that we have Ernie, who by the way is another rock star, we're very glad to have him running the program, but he brings a lot of knowledge from the private sector into the government, and we're working as a team, and we're because we have 2 of my officers are actually dedicated just to VHRs, and the other rest of us are dealing with normal complaints and VHR, so we have full enforcement there. So I'll continue on, Mr. Sloan, with your question. So the next thing was you're asking. So we pulled a report from CitizenServe from July of last year till June of last year till June of this year, and we had 2 trash complaints, 15 parking issues that we were, 16 noise, and 11 illegal rentals. Going on, you asked about crossing over between us and SO. There is no crossover as far as computer systems. We use CitizenServe as our web base. They use Spillman as the other sheriff mentioned. The next question was, does SO and Code Enforcement interface with VHR complaints? Complaint has been called in. It depends upon what that complaint is. If it's noise and partying, absolutely. Where we come on, we receive information through Douglas County SO when they respond through an incident report.
You get that immediately?
It comes on Mondays.
Oh.
Not on weekends, but when dispatch generates it, we normally get it on Mondays and throughout the rest of the week.
Don't mean to, it just seems like the error of communication could be, somewhat, more timely on that. I'm sure.
Sorry to interrupt, Under Sheriff Reynolds. I think what it is, you're getting the documentation you need, because that's, the deputy's responding, writing a report, he's saying, I was there was 40 people, it was noisy, cars everywhere, and it's given to them to now deal with the homeowner. So you're getting that, it's just no need to immediately respond to the homeowner, because we're solving the issue as it comes to the lawful way. But I know what you're saying, it seems like it should, be bam, 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 but it just doesn't, there's really no need for them to come up there, because it's already not documented for them what they need on their teeth for you guys to make decisions, I think. I think that's how it's working.
So, Richard Lordson for the record, Mr. Sloan. On the weekends, we focus on getting out there in the public and patrolling. we're not focusing on doing paperwork. That's done Monday through Friday. So that information we receive, that's when we build a case on it and have records of what's been happening at that. So anyway, let me move on. So if a serious complaint is verified on Friday night by the SO with the CO, make a courtesy check Friday night. We've answered that one. We don't make contact. And I said, so I put down our officers don't make physical contact with VHR renters. That is the emergency contact's responsibility. Now I'm going to segue in one more thing is that another thing that our officers do is we advise that emergency contact. If you get there and there's a raging party going on, do not make contact. Call the SO, have them meet you there, and have them do the contact. We do not want them putting them in harm's way.
No,
Because that did happen. Bonnie actually told us about this. That did happen in South. So we know about that. In the world I come from, if it's predictable, it's preventable. So we just want to put that out there so them to know, don't do that.
Yeah, and obviously I don't want your staff in harm's way, even though it sounds like they're very well qualified. But no, my question really was, if there was a wild party on Friday night, would your team even know about it so that on Saturday night they might want to just do a drive-by or something like that? Would that be possible? Or is that something in the thinking?
We wouldn't, I mean, if there's a rager on Friday, we wouldn't know about it till Monday morning unless there was details or situations, then the sheriff office could contact us, but we still wouldn't make contact the next day because that would, I'll defer to Under Sheriff Eldis on that. I mean, would you check back on the next night?
It just depends on the night. It depends on what's going on. Depends on what's going on that night because there's other calls, other service calls. Noise complaints maybe not going to rise to all the casino problems we have rolling around downtown. So it's just going to, for us, it'd be, even if the same guy worked that same day, now when we get to the VHR level where we want to be, I think that would be something he would follow up on. Am I going to see another violation? I can document for code. We just haven't, like you said, we haven't quite gotten there yet.
Okay.
But when we get there, I think it's going to function a lot better. It's just taking manpower and hours. It's just,
Right.
because, and I know it's very frustrating for everybody involved, homeowners, citizens, board, everybody, so. Yeah.
Richard Lordson for the record. Continuing on, Mr. Sloan. Next question was, how many hours per week go into tracking illegal VHRs or ads of non-compliance? We now staffing, due to staffing issues and what we have on the plate, it's 10 hours plus a week. I can tell you right now that we have, I believe we have 13 that we're investigating. We are bringing on, it's been a little stressed because we don't have the web base to do the proper investigation. That is coming on. That's called post compliance, along with what Mr. Dallaire was stating, that we've also are getting an answering service. So we're increasing our level of support for the community so they can call, because code enforcement officers, we're not an answering service. We answer the phones, but we're also living our lives, and if we miss a call, I always, like when I'm on call, I speak for myself, is it goes to my phone, I can't pick it up. I have to wait for it to go to voicemail because of my phone, and then I call them back right away. So but with the answering service, that will be eliminated because they'll hear a voice on the end of the phone.
So your total staff right now is you and 3 others?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Good. So the next question was, how are violations being tracked? They're through Citizen Serve, which is the web base we talked about. The other one was, does your department manage ArcGIS and how is it being updated? We update it once a month with active permits. And is there a backdoor information that lists complaints and violations? The answer to that is no. Next one was, you have a question?
You already answered that one.
Okay. Code enforcement officer, if your officer gets a call at 2 a.m., how is it handled? If it's a party noise call, we advise the complainant to call the SO directly, because like Mr. Delaire stated, they have specific information they need to ask the complainant. All other calls, we will contact, it comes to us, we will contact emergency contact, let them know what the situation is. They're to respond within 30 minutes. Then they have to take and do, they have an online reporting form that they fill out and they submit it to the VHR email, and it has to be done within 2 hours.
Okay.
Okay.
My most important question for both of you at the end, and I want you both to answer it, please.
Okay, and then at the end is what additional resources do you need to improve VHRs in Tall Basin? And I put down call center, which is coming, and host compliance, which is coming. We also we have more staff coming to support us logistically in the administrative area.
How many more staff are you receiving?
I believe we have another permit tech. Is that it? Yep.
I didn't understand that.
Permit
So,
tech.
for the record, we're hiring a permit tech still, that will help with permitting right now.
Permit tech.
Permit
Okay.
technician, counter technician, whatever, yeah, right now HDL is still doing the permits.
Yeah.
And again, you brought it up again this month, as well, with the names on the permits, it's HDL, we're working on it.
That's true.
I can't make them do things that I want them to do very quickly. So we are planning on bringing that over to us, and then we will be able to we'll be issuing the permits and dealing with the individuals, and that will be on Ernie's team on the admin side. And then we do have an office specialist, Katie, who is helping right now. She's doing a lot of the HDO permit reviews, and now we're bringing her up to speed, so now she knows the basics there, and we're bringing her up to speed on the more administrative assistant to help Ernie with a bunch of paperwork and code enforcement. So we'll have a total of 5 individuals in the department that will be focused on VHRs.
Plus some outside sources.
Plus, and then host compliance, HDL, I don't know what month that was, but they decided to get rid of host compliance and go with another company called Deckard. Deckard is really good graphics. Graphically, their website's awesome, but host compliance actually has the data that we need access to right away, and they are updating. Right now we have GIS, and the assessors have sent all the information, parcel information to them, and it's getting uploaded into their database. So we can have access to that as well, and that was another cost to the program.
Thanks, sir. Sheriff Ellis for the record. First of all, I think you guys already have for us by supplying us with the personnel, basically this personnel would get there to get everybody up to speed, like you have our VHR deputies. We're just trying to get there, obviously, we just don't have the bodies. The economy's changed, obviously it's causing that, a lull for us, but we're in negotiations, we're gonna get paid more, the guys are gonna start recruiting more, but we're testing every month, so we're trying to get there as fast as we can. So the biggest thing I think for me, what we need to do for us is, with Tom today, is make sure that the right person is getting the link that shows the updated VHRs, so we keep our computer updated, because that's going to be some of the fallouts, right? We're missing, or we're just happening, we're just not seeing it until. But most of the time, our guys, because Captain Richard and myself, we both grew up here, we know what a VHR looks like when we show up. It's not like it's like, whoa, is that a VHR? No, we know what it looks like. So our guys do too. So it's not a hard fix. So it's just a matter. I think you guys have everything to provide for our side. We'll keep communicating with them as best we can and keep our lines straight so that we don't have the district attorney's office saying, okay, you now violated somebody's rights. And that's the big thing, is making sure we do this right and keep people together. So we'll just keep working. It's been great to work with. So great. There's really nothing from our side.
Just off the record, do you have
Off the record?
while we're on camera, do you have a license plate,
Should I stop recording?
license plate access to out-of-state cars that come in.
Oh, the LPR, big LPR readers?
Yeah.
Yes. Give his props, Captain Mr. Turner was one of the people that asked with that person that able to, the Tahoe Basin for us in Nevada, you cannot get in here without us reading your license plate.
Awesome. So if a convicted felon rents a place and that car comes through, a wanted convicted felon, or wanted felon, you'll know about it.
Yeah, and I would say, how many have we caught so far in just a short period?
Dozens.
It's the other day, we had 2 stolen vehicles come through the
Stop
county.
sweating.
It's great.
Any of these VHRs?
Not, they never got that far, because
Okay.
when we read it, this is gay, it's going past the casinos, and our guys were like, flies on an old sandwich, they're right in there.
Third Drive Parkway from now on. Okay, thank you.
I think if you have time, and please, any more questions for me, I can answer.
I don't have any more questions for him. I think he needs to go, but I do have some more questions.
Yeah, we have more questions, maybe, but maybe not for you. Anybody?
Sure.
Well, Rachel's gonna
Anybody?
get stuck with that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jared.
I get handled.
No, please, but just keep asking questions, like I explained to Ernie, just call me, I will take care of it. My deputies don't really know all the intricate things, and so that's why Captain Mr. is in charge of the lake up here. We want to make sure we're keeping very much involved, because it's a huge thing that's going on, and we understand it's worldwide, it's not in Jones County, everywhere, so.
So if Ernie's sort of the gatekeeper to you too?
And you guys, you can all email, it doesn't matter, I can't, what happened with my sergeant's got an email, he's ready to come up here and talk, I'm like, no, you don't do that. He doesn't quite know everything, I don't want to say something to make you guys mad, and then there's more deputy positions.
If you kind of just let me know and I can.
That's what I would say, we'd rather have one person taking.
I just want to make sure you get the right information and your questions are answered, and we get things done right, and we communicate like this is great, because now one piece I'm missing, I got, so I'll be responsible.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Be safe. Thank you.
I don't think they're done with you, Richard.
Guess not. Thank you, gentlemen.
I have a question for you, and maybe this is directed to Tani, Tom and Ernie, is there seems to be a lot of public complaints and everything that aren't getting to you. Would it be possible that when someone has like a tier 3 VHR to mail the neighbors a notice saying that this property is now a tier 3 VHR, or that it's a VHR, and these are the numbers for the hotline, this is the number for, complaints, like the DCSO takes care of this, such as noise, parties, code enforcement takes this is their number, and these are the people that you need to contact.
We can add that to the letters that go out in the public noticing. We do have to do that. Anyway, we do have a flyer that Eric, we created and Melissa prepared it, or cleaned mine up or whatever. I sent her a version. Melissa Glosser was our public information officer for the county, and then Eric went in and added those to the grocery stores, post office, a few other maybe dining locations. Bagel shop in town. So it's out there. It should be out there. The other thing we were talking about doing was there's a new business card that has like a QR code, and you can tap it. We were thinking about just doing something like that as well. Right there, you can see the QR code up there on the wall. Where it'd be simple. It does address and go to the website. Something simple. We could prepare something that would go in those mailers if that's something that you guys want to do. That would be simple and solve that problem. We already have a letter that goes out before these tier 3s are published. That goes out into the public papers that these are going to be a tier 3, and there is a notice depending on the size of the lot or the parcel. It's usually around 300 and some feet, but I've seen up to 600 feet on some of these, and everybody in that radius, whoever that line touches, gets notified. So we could add the flyer, that might be a little more helpful, so they have that to keep, and then they can toss the letter after
Yeah.
the meeting, so.
I think that might be in bright, big red letters, you know, complaints.
I don't-
DCSO takes care of this. This is where, a number
Well,
that you need
I'm
to
not sure
call.
it'll help, but we can do it.
I ask this every time, and I'll say it again because I'm like everybody else, but can't we put it on social media?
Well,
Can't we put our
I don't-
agendas on social media?
so I'm a really big anti-social.
I don't have social media either.
So am I. Yeah, right there, right, yeah.
I can ask.
It just seems to me it would be the easiest way to get the hotline information and whatnot out, because most people aren't like you and me.
Well, I used to be a social media guy until I became community development director, and then I don't really want to
It
see
does
what
take
people
time
are
to
for me
run.
about me.
Oh, yeah, see, I don't know, I just,
Ernie Stradle for the record. We actually did some brainstorming my first week, I think, about this. And one of the things that came up from code enforcement, one of the good people on the team was coming up with magnets with QR codes, you know, put them in stores, you know, send them out to neighbors. The other thing we talked about with our PIO is coming up with a Twitter account that, you know, because people are on social media, right? I know what he says, but, you know, we want to have something that we can do blasts, you know, to the community where they can see that. Probably the quickest way to get to them too.
I think if Tom Blair was to do a TikTok video, dancing, we're going to get so many views that everyone would have the numbers.
We'll snip this head on a dancing one.
well, I was just thinking of like next door and those kind of things where it's
that too.
more into smaller, I mean, it's only Tahoe we're talking about.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And I would have to say too, it's not always tier 3s that are the problem. I mean, that's, you know, so.
You know, the last thing is, you know, speaking of tier 3s, is that when we bring out the tier 3s, we've been talking about looking at the code and looking to see if we can put more obnoxious signs out. You know, like campaign signs, you put them out, stick them out by the street. You know, they're bigger, maybe make them red and yellow or something that if you're driving down the street, you see it, you see complaint lines. That way people want to, you know, voice a concern about something, you know, they can call.
Just on that note, is there a printer place in Douglas County that would be able to do a
FedEx?
Yes.
like an election sign here that's not
A printing.
AB printing will do
AB
it.
printing,
But
yeah.
that's in the valley, so I didn't know if there was someplace up here.
Oh,
I think
no.
FedEx does stuff like that. Those banners and
But
things.
there
like
isn't
this.
a FedEx on the Nevada side.
Oh, well, no, I'm sorry, it's California side.
Yeah, no,
But,
there's,
I mean, even if it's probably still closer at South Lake than it is to drive down.
Right.
And
Oh, yeah.
ABE does it, and they have a machine specifically for campaign sign material,
Yeah,
and those are cheap.
yeah.
You know,
And
and what we do at the planning commission is we send the sign to them, they print it, and then whoever is doing the project has to go and post it on the site. But I didn't want to have to make them drive all the way down to Minden to pick up the sign to bring back up here to post on the site. But it would be like campaign size, and then it could be easily removed, and you don't have tape marks on your mailbox or your
Well-
garage door or your front door.
well, would code enforcement be able to help put the sign out?
Well,
Yeah, we could talk.
yeah, it depends what you want to do, I guess, but yeah. I guess we'll,
more questions?
Richard and I'll
For
have
Richard,
one.
Kate?
So, I have a few, and first of all, I sense some frustration. I hope we're expressing interest, right? Today was incredibly valuable for me, having the separation of code enforcement versus law enforcement. And that was a very good thing for me to get clear in my mind about how it works. And so really I only got two questions. So when you're patrolling, I don't know if that's the right word, but when you're driving around on a Saturday night, what are you looking for? Are you looking for things that you would inform law enforcement about as well, and then also parking code enforcements? Or what is your, when you're going out on that patrol, what are you looking for on the weekend nights?
Richard Lordson for the record. Mr. Byer, we don't go out weekend nights where we patrol from 07 to 1900 during the day. Okay. After 7 o'clock, we don't patrol at night. So the answer to your question is when we do go out, I wouldn't say we're going out and we're surveying all the areas where all the VHRs are. Okay. And so what we're looking for is we've had issues with certain VHRs in the past. We're going to perform a site visit and see if those activities are occurring at that time.
Such as what activities?
Such as excessive amount of trash, people leave trash out, or they're parked in their designated parking spots according to the map that we have in our computers, and they're leaving a 6-foot emergency access for emergency responders to get to them if there's an emergency. Those are the things we're looking for. Now, if we're out patrolling and there's an excessive amount of cars and there appears to be a raging party going on, we're going to take and call the SO. It will have them meet us and they'll take it from there.
That's normally going to be at night. So during the day, you're not patrolling at night, no nights. You're patrolling during the day, and you're only looking at parking and trash.
Right.
Okay. Now, my second thing is, and I want to give you an analogy. I don't know where the code started, I know where it ended, I know where it started. But at one time, there was a code that said you can't rent your VHR without a permit, right? And that was very hard to enforce, because how do you know the fact that there's 4 or 5 cars here and I don't recognize them? How do we know that? So in the code, they also said, by the way, you can't advertise a VHR without a permit, right? And so that advertisement is very enforceable because I can see it, it's public. So, and it may be too early, but I think it's something I'd like your input on, either today if you have something on your mind, or in a couple of months after we've gone through the summer. If you see that there are code, parts of the code which are very difficult to enforce, but you think that if we were to change the code, that would make it much easier to enforce, I'd love your inputs. And using that analogy, that it is hard to say, I think you're a VHR, but I don't have any right to go in and knock and see if you're a VHR, right? I made it illegal to advertise a VHR. If you have some things that, we all understand we all understand the problems. And it's not many, right? It's trash, it's parking, it's noise. And if you see things that we could change the code to make it more enforceable, more easily enforced, we'd love to hear that. I mean, because I've always wondered, I go up and there's a string of cars. I know it's that VHR, but they don't have parking stickers in there, right? How do I know this car belongs to that VHR? I don't want to go up and knock. It's not blocking the road. It's not illegal, but it's after quiet hours, right? So it's those type of deals. If there are some practical things from the enforcement side which would make your job easier or more enforceable, we'd love to have your input. Whatever you have enough experience and enough data on the job to do that.
Absolutely.
I just have a quick question for you. Supposedly there was supposed to be an office up here in the Tahoe place. Are code enforcements now up here?
Richard Lawson, for the record, yes, we do.
Okay, thank
we
you.
We have one at the SO office.
Okay, thanks.
We've had one for over a year now. And we are actually, Danielle Soto, my new officer, she actually lives in South Lake. And so she's actually going to be up in the Tahoe Basin 3 days a week.
Okay, cool.
So we're going to have a higher level of enforcement just from that, for being up here all the time. It's a small office, it only houses one individual, and we're lucky that the jail allowed us to join.
Thank you.
And Mr. Byer, comment on what you said is we are changing the code, and we are looking how our mission is to make the code more user friendly, because in the current state it's not. It's really tough. I've been working with Tom. I've been working for Douglas County for 2.5 years now, and we have a committee together. We're looking at revamping the code. We're actually looking at other agencies, their code. We're not looking to reinvent the wheel. We're looking take what's already out there and make it better, because, you know, there's a lot of things that are pretty hard to read on that. Like I referenced the CNE versus decibels, you know, that needs to be changed, because it doesn't, we really don't have an enforcement mechanism in place right now to penalize somebody on noise, because it's not in the code. So these are the areas we're working on, and we are making notes of things we can change and how we can improve. So, Madam Chair, if I can answer your questions now.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So, what is the job description of code enforcement officers with regards to VHRs? We've talked about this, so we have 4 dedicated code enforcement officers with 2 dedicated just to VHRs. We work on call after hours, 7 days a week, and rotate. When we're on call, we answer the VHR hotline. So it's majority of it is answer questions. We're trying to get them to redirect them to ask. We can answer the questions during normal business hours. We're trying to get them to just focus on complaints. So that's a lot of what we're doing. If it is a complaint about something, then our next step is we hang up, we look up the information on our computer, we contact emergency contact, advise them of the situation, and have them handle it. And then they have to write the report within 2 hours of how they've rectified the issue. We respond on site for park and trash issues, which I've already discussed, between the hours of 07 and 1900. The next question you had was, do they patrol neighborhoods? We patrol weekends 2 to 4 hours to show a level of presence. Depends upon the severity of the weekend. I'm on call actually on the 4th of July weekend, so I'm already anticipating that I'm going to have to patrol more than 2 hours or 4.
With that, on holidays like that, do you sometimes try and manage your staff to have an extra on-call? I know it costs more, but, you know, does it?
Well,
seems like one person on 4th of July for all the VHRs is, you know, a little light.
Richard Larson for the record. So we based it upon past experience.
Okay.
In past experience, we didn't have a very big call volume last year on 4th of July.
Well, yeah, COVID.
Okay.
So we'll see this year.
Yeah.
So moving on, then officer safety is top priority, absolutely. When patrolling, what are we looking for? Parking in designated parking spots with their passes on the window, ensuring that the emergency access route is kept open. Coming from fire service world, that's a huge component of mine. You know, for the Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District to be able to do their job and not impede that. And also that they're adhering to make sure that there's no trash issues, because we do have a bear issue up here. Go figure, being Tahoe and all that. Next question was, when someone calls the VHR hotline regarding an issue that the SO can handle, do they forward the call? So if we get a call on an issue that needs to be handled with just the SO, we advise the caller to contact dispatch non-emergency line directly, because they have specific information that they need to hear from the caller, and they've also told us we don't want to hear third hand. We want to hear directly from them.
Yeah. Richard, I know most of my questions were the same as Michael's, and I don't need, you know, I don't think we need you to be repetitive. You know,
Okay.
I mean, really, I appreciate that you're specifically trying to answer my questions, but I think I've heard my answers from all of your previous answers, so I don't, you know, want to keep you any longer than you need to. Because I'm looking at them going, we know these answers. Anybody else have anything before we wrap this up and move on? Take maybe a small break? Okay, thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Richard.
What would you got last year? Let's leave it there.
Okay, we'll take 10 minutes. You know we're not gonna get through it today. We never do. I know. Yeah. I just wasn't sure. Start up again. Push the button. You need a bell. Yeah. I do need a bell. I want to Or a gavel. Or a gavel so you can whack the gavel on there.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's resume.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're good. Sergeant Arms.
Yes, thank you. Oh, we only can resume if I can find where I am, I guess.
Fire station.
Okay, we are back in session. Everybody is here. We have a quorum. We are going to go to item number 3, if I can find it. There it is. For possible action, discussion on possible changes to Chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code relative to vacation home rentals in the Lake Tahoe Township. It says my name, but I think it really is Ernie that's doing this. Mr. Strelo, you have like a PowerPoint thing for us, or?
I do. So we're dual using my computer here. Ernie Strelo for the record. I have 2 versions probably in your packet. So I have the first version that was in the original packet. I did a supplemental. I just made the font bigger. So if you'll see like page 1 and 2, 1, 2, and 2, and I'll bring it up here.
I guess this is share the screen.
It's not the part that they for.
So there's the PowerPoint, and then there was something else too, right?
I kind of have to stay on my version to figure out where I have my comments. That's why I don't,
Yeah.
Where was the PowerPoint?
It was at the end of the
Supplemental?
What he did was he took the graph that
Yep.
he did and turned it into a PowerPoint.
Okay.
So we could, and then of course there's this too.
That's Ellie's stuff, correct?
No.
That's what I thought.
This? I don't think, this isn't Ellie's. No, this isn't.
Oh,
I think that's, we sent him some of our comments, and I think Ernie.
Oh, you
put
did?
them-
There you go.
I did. I told everybody, send them
I
to
didn't
Ernie.
you said we're supposed to send them. I got mine right here.
Well, yeah, that's okay.
Okay,
You can say
okay.
them right there.
All right.
She's got
I'll
hers
say
written
'em.
down.
Okay. All right.
Let's just see how Ernie wants to present
Okay.
this, because I think he might have fresh eyes on
Mm-hmm.
how to do this, since ours are crossed.
Ernie Strelo for the record. Sorry, this is got a lot of stuff on it, but let's see if I can do this. You can see that okay? Yeah. Okay. So what what I did is I constructed a PowerPoint based on the information that you guys previously had spoken about. I wasn't in those meetings, but I extrapolated the data that Mr. Dallaire had put together on a matrix. I think he used code numbers. I actually spelled out the whole code in there, and then I put your notes in there for the previous meetings. It helps me to put it in that kind of format. So I thought that you guys might be okay with that. So the kind of the way I broke it out in this particular PowerPoint is based on I kind of categorize it, so noise, the things you guys are talking about, noise, garbage, and so forth. So this is kind of how it's built. So it starts with noise, unless you want to start in a specific area, it's just going to be in chronological order. So in this particular example, and can you read that?
Yes.
I can't.
Well, neither can he.
So,
You already told me.
I can read on my screen. I don't need reading glasses. This is the overview of noise and monitors and cameras, right? And so this is just kind of a little bit of a description. May not be a perfect description, but I think I took it off the page as it was written. And then Mr. Dallaire had the codes documented on there, but you didn't know what the code was, and I just went into the code itself and I just copied them up there so you know what they mean, right? So, and then the red is kind of the notes that I gathered both from the previous meeting, the spreadsheet, and I think I had 2 feedbacks, and then I received one a couple days ago or a day ago, and I wasn't able to get it in there. So there's actually in your packet, further out there, there's actually a Word document with a bunch of changes that unfortunately I didn't have a chance to incorporate it into this.
Tom Diller, for the record, that's Michael Sloan's comments got into supplemental. So that all those pages were put in the supplemental.
So they're there, it's just not here. So, okay.
So what we're hoping to do is just keep you focused on everything that had to deal with noise. And there's 2 pages here just because of the amount of font.
Okay.
And if you agree or don't agree, Ernie went through and actually came up with some verbiage if you want to, for like talking points, and then we can add whatever you think to the code. If you want to approve it today and move on, that's great. If you want to come back with a final version and approve it one at a time later, that's fine too. This is kind of a work in progress, and we'll do it at the pace that you guys want to go.
Okay, I know we had multiple discussions on noise monitors because we weren't really sure which ones worked best and how they logged and whether they logged. And I know, Keith, this is one of your little hot buttons, and maybe you want to comment on the red?
Yeah, because I think I wrote something pretty similar to that. And so it's one of those things that there's a thing about noise monitor code, and I'm thinking we now know more about noise monitors than we knew when the code was written. And so, and again, what I think we ought to do today is get a proof of concept, a consensus around the concept, and I think staff can continue to modify, tweak it where they need to. But what I said was that we need to mandate that a monitor shall be in each area where tenants are expected to congregate, including outdoor areas. It keeps a log of actual noise level for a period not shorter than 18 months. So we would be able to go get it if we ever needed it. And we saw that on the thing. And the noise monitor should allow the owner to set parameters defining what a noise event was. And by the way, I don't think we ever ought to mandate that one noise monitor be purchased. I think we ought to say, as long as it meets this, we don't care. We're not creating revenue for anybody, right? So as long as it can do all this, that's great. It allows the owner to set parameters of what a noise event is based on time and decibels, because as the code is refined and changed, that would be if the noise monitor is showing noise in excess of 65 decibels for more than 5 minutes, the emergency contact is notified. And if it ever gets above 85 decibels, the noise, the emergency contact is there. So again, and this is talking about the noise monitor, so it would have to, it probably should say ability to provide notice to emergency contact. But so that was kind of my first pass, and again, I don't know if this was all mine or part mine or where this was, but this pretty well encapsulates what I was thinking about, what we're wanting out of a noise monitor.
And are we suggesting noise monitors for just tier 3 or for tier 2 and tier 3, Michael?
Tier 2 and 2, 3.
Okay.
And that is in my supplemental part.
Okay. So if we're talking about noise monitors, should we insert that in this section, I would imagine? That it would be, if that's what the talking point is going to be right now, is
Well,
do we want them on tier 2s?
I don't think that I don't think there's been the complaints like we get with tier 3s, with tier 2s, to suggest that tier 2 would have to have the noise monitors in there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know because we don't really dive into tier 2s as a board.
Yeah, Tom Miller for the record. Right now, tier 2s are if you have 2 noise violations, then we'll require the noise monitor to be installed. So it does take some complaints to happen for that to be a mandated function. So,
Okay. So I think this would be reference to tier 3s.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I have a question on is, where it says that it allows the owners to set the parameters. Shouldn't there be some standard levels rather than the owner? Because the owner could say that, oh, well, I don't care if it's 80 for a party and it can go to 120. You're just asked, it's just my take on it. It just says that you need to provide notice to emergency contact if it goes above 65, or emergency contact if it exceeds 85.
My
But
language,
the one up there that says that the owner to set the parameters of noise.
sorry, my language is maybe precise. It probably should have said allows the parameters to be set. Because I wasn't actually focused on the owner deciding, it was the owner setting. And what I was basically saying is, you're gonna set, the owner can set the parameters, and that was a requirement of the monitor. And then, by the way, you're gonna set the parameters at 65 for 5 minutes and over 85. In other words, I wasn't saying you can set anything you want to. I was, in the third bullet, I was trying to say you have to have the ability to set the parameters, because some of them are, I'm deciding over 65 for 5 minutes, the company could set. So I wasn't really, and we can reword that, because obviously it's poorly written if it's not providing what I meant. So what we should say is, the noise monitor allows for customization of parameters and noise events. Because the focus wasn't on the owner doing it. The focus was that it's not preset and mandated by the monitor company. The next 2 bullet points provides the parameters that we're anticipating the owner to use. And by the way, I pulled those numbers out of the air based on, there was some document we had that said allowed party is this and allowed dinner party is that. There's no magic in those 65, and that's why I think that we're going to need staff to think about it. It's 65 and 85, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Wouldn't that be up to code enforcement to come up with levels there so that they could enforce that? Because if the parameters, like let's say you just pulled them out of there, can code enforcement enforce those numbers?
Well, noise is a sheriff's office issue.
right. Tom Delaney for the record, so we still have the monitoring device. So the monitoring device is gonna be these are the parameters that you want that monitoring device to set and record. So it wouldn't, basically, I'm thinking from what I saw on Mr. Byers' comments was that the, that range between 35 and 65?
65 and
So that's what
65
we're
and
talking
85.
about. 35 and 85, that range would be what the noise monitor now records, so anything less than that, it's not recording. I imagine it still would, but on the report, maybe it's not. Do you have a minimum on there? Maybe you don't.
Sorry, the way I wrote this and what my intent was, that the monitor's recording everything.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a flat line, sometimes a truck goes by, it goes way up, it's just recording everything. However, these noise monitors start notifying people when noise is bad. So I've kind of set a threshold here that there's two different thresholds. There's something that's so loud it's going to bother me no matter how short it is, and something where if it is more a longer period of time. And again, that 65 was allowed dinner, I think it was a party, and the 85 was there was some document somewhere where the last one gave us those numbers. I didn't pull it is true, I pulled them out of the air, but there was a document I got that the 85 and 65.
Andy Brewer's document.
Yes.
He provided a bunch of information.
Yeah, and it was descriptions of things.
Yep.
Right? And so that's where I pulled that out. And by the way, I don't think we should necessarily get into the weeds of 85, 65. I think that's something staff could say in
Right.
enforcement, like,
Yeah.
that's too low, that's too high.
Where can code enforcement start to say that this is a violation?
Right.
But I think code enforcement needs to come up with those numbers.
I agree with that. But the comment here was, if you come out and yell every 10 minutes, that's a problem, if it's over 85 decibels.
Yeah.
And also, if you have sustained noise, you got the radio on. But yeah, that might be 105 and 125. I don't care what the decibels are. That was just throw it out there from something someone else gave us. But it was more of a concept at this point in time.
Ernie Stradler for the record, as a thought, when I worked in medical, we used to do temperature monitoring wirelessly. And when it would go below a certain temperature or above, I guess in this case, where it's thawing out or doing something it shouldn't be doing, it would sound an alarm, and it would send a message to a contact that's programmed, right? It's all done wirelessly, so you can track it. You have to have traceability for FDA, right? And so what I have seen with the noise monitors, I don't know what kind they're using right now, but there is devices out there that record sound that you can set those type of parameters also. And into your, the trick is getting access to, having to call the emergency contact or whatever we all decide, and also having staff access to it, right? We could, code enforcement in this case, that would be something that maybe they could monitor to get a complaint on noise and go into the monitor and check it. So we need to do some research on that. I'm sure there's research that's already been done, so that might be something that might help. And then, the parameter is, we just have to figure out what that parameter is.
And by the way, on this tier 2 versus tier 3, I don't know. I guess I'm going to listen to you, what your thoughts are, because right now, I don't know where noise is. I am somewhat concerned. So let's say I had a bunch of data that noise complaints are not only tier 3s, then I might want them in tier 2s. It's just the cost of doing business. If we can see a correlation to tier 3s and noise in the actual enforcement, then I think we keep them at tier 3. But you may see that there's a significant number. My concern is going down this list, they've got to show up and the noise has to be going on. And so that's my concern, is we need to look at actually noise complaints and see if there's a correlation between noise complaints and tier 3. Because if it is a tier 3, let's not put a burden of cost on anybody, right? I mean, there's a lot of tier 2 owners. Why make them bear a cost if it's not necessary? If they're concentrated in tier 3, let's keep it tier 3. If it's more tier 2s than tier 3s proportionally, then I think we ought to think about it for tier 2. I'm concerned about only making it mandatory after 2 verified noise complaints that you'll never get them without noise monitors.
Lauren?
I would agree, and I would also say if we're gonna collect that data, that you should collect the data on the occupancy of those tier 2s. Because there may be a certain level of tier 2 occupancy that also could be a dividing factor, and we could put that in. Can we make the bottom two bullets? You guys look at the decibels of that, and my only, I mean, you know, I'm happy with that stuff. I think we should look at where the noise comes from. The only thing I'm not real sure of is why do we have noise monitors inside a home? So to me, the thing of it is where you congregate and where people will congregate and the shortest distance between that home and the next home. And I think those 2 places on the outside would be sufficient, but that's just me.
So the reason we have to have one in the home is because the system is like a hub, like a Wi-Fi hub. Your charter or internet comes into the house, you have to have a hub there and broadcast the Wi-Fi. You can have remote Wi-Fi units out and around.
So the hub is
the hub is the one inside the home.
Okay. Yeah.
And you have to have that as the main network, and then you have 2 remote ones.
But we could in code just require outdoor monitors.
Could, and they have to do one in the house.
Right.
It was pretty handy when
Yeah.
Heidi was sharing that with me to have, like, look, these guys were at 85 decibels in the house, big party, 20 decibels outside of the patio before it left the open space to get to the neighbors. So you knew that it was pretty quiet outside, but not so quiet inside. So it is pretty handy to have that comparison.
Yep.
You know, Bernie Strelo for the record, you know, one thing to do is also think about, you know, how far away from the house do you place them, you know, where it still picks up the signal. So, you know, I mean, I've only looked at 1 tier 3 so far, but, you know, when it's on the balcony where everybody's standing, it's going to be louder. What would be interesting to me, maybe on a single family home, in some cases where it's out a little farther, how does the noise carry, right? So, you know, it's going to, if somebody has a radio or something on the deck, it's going to be loud, right? But is it loud 50 feet out? You know, that would be my concern is that, you know, is it so loud that they're getting 80 decibels 50 or 100 feet away? Then that's probably 100 decibels on the deck. I don't know. So,
Well, there's also, like, if you're on the water, the noise travels across the water and it could go hundreds of feet. So, you know, there's a lot of things that can, anyway, noise. I tend to agree that I don't think we should have them in tier 2s. You know, on the task force, we spent a great deal of time and came up with that verbiage through the task force, that if there were 2 verified, I believe, isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, if there were 2 verified noise complaints, then you'd put in a noise monitor. But we wanted the tier 3s to have all of the requirements because that's a bigger privilege than the tier 2.
If I may respond. So, you know, I think our job is to really try and not just look now, but into the future. And if you've ever lived next to a tier 2, like I did, you know that a tier 2 can cause an awful lot of noise, and probably as much as a tier 3. And so remember, it's not a right, it's a privilege to have a permit. And it's not very expensive, under $500 or whatever. And then they're also putting their renters on notice, hey, we have a monitoring system. So you don't have to wait for 2 complaints. Well, you know, when you get 2 verified complaints, you know there's been 10 problems out there. And so I just think it's a low cost to put it in and get ahead of the game.
I'm curious about something. If the sheriff's department are called for a noise complaint, and they get there and there's no noise, can code enforcement ask for the log if we ever figure out that there is a log? So that we could verify a noise complaint that's unfounded by the sheriff's office? I mean, it seems to me that would be the point of a noise monitor.
Yeah. Tom Millett for the record. I think the report we can ask the emergency contact to provide You know, especially in tier 3, you know, so we can look into that as well as a requirement for our code enforcement staff to do that kind of research on top of it. It's going to be some email correspondence, or maybe we ask for that in the report that the emergency contact person had to fill out if we contacted them to address the issue, you know.
Maybe just send it along automatically, you're saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is just
And
part
you know,
of the form.
we don't need to put ourselves in boxes, you know, because every time somebody talks, I agree with them. And I hear what you're saying. Maybe we don't have to deal with 10, but 4 is not, maybe we don't, you know, maybe it's occupancy over 4 or 6. I don't think tier 1's need them because the owner's there. In tier 2, you know, I don't know if 4 people need them. So, yeah, I guess you could, you know. I will abstain from whether 2 or, because I feel strongly both ways.
Lauren?
I think the fact is we just don't know enough about monitors yet. I think tier 3 is a good time to start that. I am one of these people that I only rent enough, and the more expensive we make it, the more I have to rent, which then is a point where you're you know, now you're creating more of your issue because we're keeping. So what I'd like to see is the data that shows that tier 2s are really a problem, and I would agree 4 is not. I've never had a noise problem on my place, and I do live there, but I'm still a tier 2, and I just think we need the data before, and we're not, it doesn't mean that we can't add it later. I just think we need more time, and we know that tier 3s are an issue.
Could we maybe put a placeholder here and, you know, at the end of July, reassess tier 2s? You know, say, you know, right now we're not decided whether it would be tier 2 as well, and when we have more data at the end of the summer, and we can look at this list again and say which of these are tier 2s and which of these are tier 3s, wouldn't that point us in the right direction?
I think we should get that data.
I think we should get the
Sorry.
tier 3s going. I have a tier 2, and it's like, I rent it maybe once a year.
Oh, so yeah, so $500
So-
is big, yeah.
Yeah, so it's big, and it's kind of like, and then with the restrictions, it's like, I can't rent it just for like one night, I have to rent it for a week. So it really limits me. And then with the HOAs and with the neighbors, I've never had.
She's in
complaint.
Glenbrook.
Mhm.
Hers is in Glenbrook.
So I think tier 2.
Different rules.
I just don't see where it's just having like 12 or more really increases it as far as the noise and the population in a smaller, denser area.
Michael?
My comment is to Mr. Strelo. So Richard said that there was 16 noise complaints from last year. Be nice to know which VHRs were they? Were they tier 1, 2, or 3s? And then, you just talked about that? And then same with the sheriff. You know, what's, you know, on their noise complaints, you know, how many were tier 1, 2, or 3s?
Yeah.
And then that gives us data as to,
And what occupancy of tier 2, because tier 2s range from 4 to 10, so.
That's, yeah.
We can link the databases. I think Citizen Serve has the APN numbers, and so we can figure that out, no problem. We'll bring that report back next month. On the police with the records now and the reports being sent to code enforcement, those that do get filed into the Citizen Serve. So the 16 includes the sheriff's.
oh, the
report.
16 includes the sheriffs.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is, because when we get the paperwork, it does get entered into the Citizen Serve as a complaint, you know, whether it was unfounded or not, you know, founded, whatever the sheriff's determined. Okay.
We can break out, we try to figure that out.
Okay, so this is good discussion. Does anyone want to vote on this today, or do you want to just move to the next red line section?
Can we
There's
see
a
it
page-
come back with the
Ernie
input?
Strelo for the record. There's a page 2. Do you want to look at
Yeah,
that?
that's what I was, well, there's nothing.
Were
Okay.
there any other of the code sections that are up there? Were there anything else that you had? I think everything, I mean, we had, and I appreciate Mr. Byer sending those early so we can get them in. I apologize, Mr. Sloan, we weren't able to get those in just in the last couple of days, but into here, but we will incorporate those. If others, we'd love to have your documents.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
So
so-
for you, Lauren, and you, Patty, that have your notes here, do you have more on noise that you want to contribute to this?
No.
Took me a while, but I figured out what you were
Yeah,
saying.
sorry. I didn't know if anybody else had comments specifically to these.
Yeah.
So you guys brought up noise. We went and searched the code for the noise provisions.
Right.
Those are all the code sections relating to noise themselves. The one that we're modifying is in the 030. It should be F9, but that's fine.
There's a, sorry.
No, go ahead, Michael.
Don't be rude. Now, Richard mentioned that we need to change also a code, with that time frame, correct?
Yeah, so adding the word decibels in here fixes Richard's problem with the CMLs. Because right now, the only thing in code is the CML, which is a 24-hour time period.
Okay.
So it's, yeah.
Madam Chair, if I may?
Sure.
AJ Haynes from the DA's office. What this proposed amendment would effectively do is require owners to install noise monitors, but it doesn't necessarily change their obligations with regard to noise itself. What is proposed here is saying you have to install a noise monitor and it has to alert you or your property manager when the noise rises above a certain level. So essentially what this is doing is it's creating a log that we might be able to look to for evidentiary purposes, but the responsibility of the owner, which is set out more so in the next code section listed here on the PowerPoint, remains the same, which is that they must use best efforts to ensure that occupants do not create unreasonable noise or disturbances. So the violation would be that there was an unreasonable noise that they did not use best efforts to correct, and then the evidence that would be available would be this from the noise monitors. But these changes here don't impose a requirement to maintain noise within those decibels.
So what you're saying is we need to define what unreasonable noise and disturbance is.
It's if you want that's up to this board and what you want to propose. But what we have written up on the PowerPoint currently is requirements that would create an evidence log, basically. But it doesn't change the actual responsibility of the owner, other than requiring them to obtain a very specific noise monitor. If you want the owner to do something more specific than use best efforts to ensure no unreasonable noise, that amendment would need to go into the subsequent code sections that are listed here.
I mean, preferably I would, and so to me, I think we could, again, I would rather not vote on this. I would rather staff to go back after they've heard our consensus and look at this. It maybe 65, 85 makes no sense. Maybe it should be 85 and 105. I don't know. But I think we could do that, but I would like to go in and then start to get more definition of what unreasonable noise and the disturbance is, using decibels again, we can't say proper. We're going to also have to define decibels at a location, right? And that would be, I think, in Lauren's, the closest to the proximity. I don't know, but that's why I didn't do it before, because then I was I couldn't get the language to start defining that, because now I'm saying, is it at your neighbor's house? It's one thing to say this is inside my house. The problem I got with unreasonable noise is it at my neighbor's window? Really, right? Because I could be 700 feet away. We've approved some that are very high noise, but they're far removed. Are we going to have a violation for them when they exceed 85 decibels when we are okay with it? You see what I'm saying? So that's why it's not there now. I think it's a great idea. I just don't know how to do it without putting a noise monitor on the neighbors. Because some neighbors are 2 miles away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, so it's, I don't know.
Well, AJ, again, it's not unenforceable as written, so to require people to use best efforts to create or to ensure that the unreasonable noise is not created, if that remained the standard, that would be still something that could be enforced. And maybe that's what the board wants, to just leave it that way and then use data collected by the noise monitors as sort of a guideline so that you can take into account the specifics of an individual property as opposed to setting, set standards within the code that may or may not need to apply to certain properties.
So it might be worth it just to keep the log in there for 18 months and leave things as is.
Ernie Strelo for the record, just thinking about what you're saying, would it make more sense to take some of that verbiage out then? Just remove unreasonable noise or disturbance because it's ambiguous, or?
No, I don't think that it's ambiguous. Ultimately, this is used to determine whether or not a permit should be revoked or whether a fine should be imposed. And that is ultimately, the clearer the standard, the better. If it just is unreasonable, that is a little bit ambiguous.
Do you think we could write a suggested change to that and show these guys next month?
It certainly, there may be other codes that staff could look to see if there's an example.
Sorry. So would it make a difference if you put unreasonable noise to the neighbors? Because if you have a neighbor that's 2 miles away, an unreasonable noise is going to be different than someone who's 100 feet away. So the unreasonable noise is actually the problem with a neighbor interpreting that, because an unreasonable noise, if you put numbers there, an 85 decibel isn't going to be a problem if the next door neighbor's 2 miles away. So it's actually the problem of the noise being bothersome to a neighbor, I guess. And I'd like to see your verbiage is what would be good.
I think from an enforcement standpoint, if it's a subjective standard, then that also creates problems. Because what we have now is sort of a subjective standard, unreasonable noise. And if we said something along the lines of unreasonable to the neighbor, it's not fixing that issue. It's still just a subjective measure.
Well, bring what you propose.
Since we're not attorneys, and I may be way out of line here, but shouldn't you or Sam be fixing where we put things and put them where they belong?
So we're discussing it.
What the suggested motion for this item on the agenda would be that certain changes be recommended and that at the next meeting, staff come back with a red line of the code. And so as far as what we're doing today, the easiest way to handle this today might be to vote on specific items as they're presented and make a motion that those items be incorporated into a red line version of the code to be reviewed at the next meeting. And that can be done, probably the easiest way to handle that would be to take a vote on each item, noise, for example, or possibly to take a vote or make a motion on each specific code section would actually probably be the most easy. And then, so the motion would be, for example, a motion to have staff create a red line for section 622.030.9 that incorporates the following changes and then enumerate those.
So rather than kicking the can down the road like we've been doing, we're not voting that this is going to be our recommendation because we're going to get it back to us in a red line.
Right. So
and we'll be voting on...
Today the vote would be, right, the motions or the votes would be, as a board, do you want staff to incorporate these items? And if so, then at the next meeting, staff will bring forth a red line version of the code for you to review and vote on again, which would then, of course, it wouldn't become part of the code, it would then go on to other boards and committees for further review, and ultimately the Board of County Commissioners would adopt the final code, which may or may not even incorporate these changes.
Correct, but what we would approve today isn't what we're going to be sending recommendations to the county commissioners on, because we'd still see a second version of it.
Right.
Yes.
That's all I'm trying, yeah. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Tom, you must have something.
Yeah.
really important to say.
Yeah, I'm off video for one, I'm off video, but I can point to you, so I don't have the mouse. But what we were hoping to do is say that, look, here's the suggested amendments. If you like these, great. If you don't, then we'll revise them. It sounds like we still have a few more that want to add comments and submit comments on these particular sections. But I think, do you guys like the fact that we have all the noise sections together for noise to look at? And I think that's easier than looking at this one, you know, another, I think it's 4 or 5 more pages down the page, right in the code. And right now it's right here. So we can amend this number 9, 30.9, 30, I think it's F9, and this one's 40, and there is a letter in there for 8. I don't know what I did when I did those letter numbers, but we'll have this text. We'll need to reference that text on the amendments. So we can bring that back from this discussion and conversation, no problem. And we'll bring that back next time, and then you guys can vote on it. Right now, you're just providing us some direction, which is extremely helpful from conversations for hours and hours, and then we're trying to assemble that into these suggestions. So that's helpful. So we know we need to change the sentence in this one in the beginning, and we've got that noted. And I've taken some notes on the conversation today in this section of code. So on my computer, because it's a 17-inch monitor, not a 12, I can see the screen. I have that open in Word, and I'm taking notes in the code.
Okay.
We use the terminology somewhere, and I've read it, that the first one, where it says, each area where tenants expected to congregate, didn't we have one time have it where they, as deemed necessary by code enforcement, or, do you want to leave it?
Locations and amounts specified by Douglas County prior to renting the unit.
And then it says it about
Right,
that. Okay.
right. And we don't have any, I mean, they put this in there, but we didn't have anything to go off of, right? And I didn't even know what systems were available or what those systems did, and then here it is. But it's too ambiguous. And so we can say, look, we want the noise monitors, we want them to be able to read a decibel constantly. We want to hear if there is a complaint that's reported, then you guys have to report that information to code enforcement when we notify the emergency contact. Emergency contact then gives us the report for that specific incident, and then we'll have that for the record.
And one other thing that I thought we talked about was there something where we need to put some kind of verbiage in there where owners have to share that log with us? If that, I don't know if that was something we needed
to have that verbiage in there
too. Okay, I don't see it there, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I did add that.
Ernie Straylow for the record. So if you look at the second page on the bottom, there was past discussions. So I think some of the stuff that you're bringing up again was on there.
You want to add to the next sheet?
You ready to go to the next one?
No.
See on the bottom there?
Information provided by members. If you're good, I'm good.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you saw it.
Yep.
Do you want to go back to the previous page?
Let's move on.
So if I'm right, we're not voting on this, we're moving down to garbage?
Yep, we're giving input.
Okay.
Yeah. Was there anything on this one that you wanted to modify or change? We did have the discussions on the bottom. I don't know if doesn't look like we have any recommended modifications there to those couple sections. But again, all the noise stuff is together, which I think is extremely helpful.
It is extremely helpful. Does anyone have any remarks on the 3 items at the bottom, page 2 there? I mean,
I would just, AJ Hibbs again for the record, I would just note that so far what's been proposed requires a VHR owner to install a specific type of monitor, but there's nothing that would require them to turn that information over.
We need to add that.
yeah,
Yeah,
isn't that in this evidence? Is it worthy of being evidence?
That, I'm just highlighting
Yeah.
that.
So do we need those to turn into red as amendments?
I think that we need something in there. I agree with keeping the records for 18 months and put something in there that if that code enforcement or DCSO has a right to request those logs
Yeah.
at any time.
So a question on that 18 months, then each permit is an annual permit at 12 months, would that be sufficient, or 18 months you're thinking?
Well, because it would give a little past history.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the reason I picked 18 months was that when your permit is up for renewal, it gives you the period before, and it's always a couple of seasons. I don't think there's any, if we believe that there was a lot of noise monitors which did 12 months and only a few which did 18,
Yeah.
I'm not that stuck on that.
Right.
But it was just more than a month, it was more than a week.
Yeah. On this first round, when we do reports on tier 3s, we have been asking specifically from the district office to see about 12 months, the 12-month history.
So maybe,
on that.
12
So-
months is fine.
So
Yeah.
the 18 months is going to give you a little longer, maybe we need to ask that or change the requirement.
Or are they capable of keeping 18 months?
Yeah. Well,
That's the other thing.
There's other pieces in here that are 2 years on like your license history and what age of the individual who rented the home. You guys are supposed to keep logs for that kind of stuff.
I guess
For 2 years.
this data isn't in our possession.
Right. No, exactly.
And when you're coming back with the red line forest, if you find out that these noise monitors only keep 12 and 18 is a big deal, I think we should go to 12.
Okay.
If 18 is just like you flip a switch and it's 18 versus 12, I'd rather have 18. But I do think, and again, instead of request, I think it should say, the permit holder will provide more monitoring data if requested. In other words, I think you make it an affirmative statement of them instead of that we can request it. It's that they will provide it if it's requested.
Yeah.
And that's what I have, basically what I wrote in my notes from the conversation. Perfect.
Okay, so anything else on the, Michael?
Well, it's not a noise, but the top of number 1, it says a noise monitors and cameras. Do we need to talk about anything about cameras right now? Since that's what we're under?
Well, we don't require cameras right now, right?
No, but that's on my list.
That was in the notes, I just popped it in there.
Okay.
Oh, you just popped it in there. Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Move on.
do you want to talk about cameras or not at this time? No, I'm asking.
If noise and cameras are gonna be in one section, then we should talk about it. But if it's gonna be a whole nother section, we can
So
wait.
I guess the cameras isn't really, are we gonna require cameras on decks or patios and where the noise would be, or is it just specifically to parking? Because there is parking later on in this, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's fine. That's all I wanted.
We were just
for.
talking about parking cameras.
That's all I was
right?
talking for.
So then,
parking. Yeah.
let's,
Street and driveway.
let's go to the garbage.
Let's go to
Because this is
garbage.
Lauren's
We're
favorite
talking
topic.
noise, so
I know.
let's stick
Well,
with
it
the
said
format.
up there, so I didn't-
Yeah, but let's stick with
Okay,
let's stick with this.
garbage.
Garbage.
So we have if adequate trash removal is dependent On custodial staff, a description of where trash is taken must be provided. That's, is that an adequate, go ahead,
Oh my
Lauren.
gosh.
Go.
Okay.
Go.
All right, this is one of those sausage things that got all messed up between when we had conversations and when it got adopted. So, the problem and the issue, but other issues were brought up, which is good. I mean, we need to have bear-proof containers, you know, sometimes they put them in the garage and the garage gets busted into and all that kind of stuff. So, there's some really good stuff in here that I think we need to fix. The issue is this: Douglas County does not require that you have garbage pickup. So we have HOAs and we have businesses up here that have dumpsters. We have VHRs that live near those that use those dumpsters and dump all that garbage into those dumpsters. And it is the most frustrating thing ever to watch someone make money off of their large VHR and then have their cleaner bring over huge black bags and fill up our garbage containers. So the problem we need to fix here is that we need to have the owner take responsibility for anyone who works for them, that they have notified them that the garbage either goes in the bear container, or if there's more garbage that needs to be taken out, that it has to go to this specific address and no garbage may be dumped illegally. And the owner should have to sign that they have done that, because when we find these people, which I do every year, then at least I can turn them in and we can prosecute them for theft of service. So it needs to be something the owner signs, this is where the garbage is going, and in a real world where I had everything I really wanted, the other thing I would have is the staff review that these people have actually used their South Tahoe refuse account, because they'll get the account and then they'll never use it because they still dump in the dumpsters. So
How do you do that?
Well, sorry, can I point something out? I call South Lake Tahoe Refuge.
Yep.
They're not open on Sundays. You cannot take trash to South Lake Tahoe Refuge on
Yeah.
Sundays. Okay? When are most VHRs cleaned? On Sundays.
Yeah.
And I'm not disputing anything you say, but what I would like to see is a trash management plan. And I hate to, use that like, oh my God, another plan, right? But I think we ought to have they ought to have to present a disposal, a disposal process to us that includes where the trash should be removed, and they need to put the closest dumpster they're allowed to use. Because I think, again, it's kind of like South Lake Tahoe Refuge. I might have the ability, but I have no desire. If I'm cleaning something on top of Kingsbury Grade, I'm not going to spend 30 minutes going to South Lake Tahoe Refuge when your dumpster's right across the street, right?
Yeah.
And so I think it would be, it's going to be something for us to do, but if they would have to present, this is when, this is how the trash is processed, and it is kept in the garage, and I don't know enough about bears, to know, is that okay with us? But that's something we got to figure out. Is it kept in the garage until it's disposed of properly? And if we don't like that, then it has to be in a bear-proof bin unless the closest dumpster is theirs. In other words, the one we look at today, there's a dumpster there. We're not worried about them bringing their trash to somebody else's dumpster.
No.
So when the closest dumpster isn't theirs, right, then they either have a bear-proof container adequate to store that, or they've got to store it in the garage. You see what I'm saying? So and again, maybe we can't get this today, but I just think that you almost need a trash management plan. It shouldn't be I have a bear box or not, because we've seen all these bear boxes which do not hold the trash of 14 people, right? It's a dumpster, it's disposable. They either have bear boxes sufficient to wait for South Lake Tahoe Refuge to pick up, or they've got to create a management plan. And maybe that would be the way we would do it, that, if you do not have adequate bear-proof containers for the size of your VHR, then you have to present a plan of how it's handled. Does that make sense? And that handling would say, what's the closest what's the closest container? And by the way, if it's not yours, you've got to save your receipts from South Lake Tahoe Refuge, because that was my other question. If I'm a cleaner and I bring you the trash on Monday,
Yeah.
you actually give me a receipt. Now, I don't want to
Right.
create record keeping. I can't imagine having to keep a year's worth of South Lake Tahoe record.
Right.
That just does not sound nice to me. But I think it gets us more to where you're doing than, you wanted a bear box, I got a bear box, I can store 3 Snickers wrappers in it. Go ahead.
I never, yeah.
I think I have to say that Michael just left the room. Michael Sloan has left
the building.
The building. Okay, go ahead, finish.
So you.
Oh, no, I was kind of thought of that as an idea
Yep.
for you to think about, and maybe that's where we're gonna go.
Okay, so you lose me at the fact that you have to write down where the closest dumpster is. Because what I'm talking about is people who own single-family homes who don't have access to legal dumpsters.
Yep.
So I don't under, that part of
Okay,
you lose
so-
me at.
Okay, so I got a single family home and
Yep.
no dumpster.
Right.
And I got a bear box, but it's not sufficient for
Right.
14 people to use the trash.
Right,
I've got to either know that you have, and by the way, to me, it's a tier. If the closest.
He's back.
Okay.
Michael's back.
If the closest dumpster is yours, I'm done. Okay, but I'm going down a
sure, if
hierarchy.
the HOA provides dumpsters, there's no,
You're
it's not
done.
even, they don't
You're
even
done.
have to fill that out.
But if the closest.
Provided by the
yeah,
HOA.
But I've got a house and there is no HOA dumpster.
Right.
And now I've got trash that's gonna go somewhere.
Right.
In those situations, maybe it creates a record keeping for you that you have to present the receipts from South Lake Tahoe Refuge.
So here's the problem, it's not always South Lake Tahoe, as we saw when I asked some of these people in the last time, you know, they said, well, I go down to my business in wherever it is. And I'm okay with that. It's okay, but they have to sign something that says, this is where I am instructing all people who have anything to do with my VHR garbage, that it has to go to this location, 123, 43, whatever, and I am responsible for those people to do that, period, end of sentence. Now, the South Lake Tahoe refuse thing would be great if you could, you know, if they're saying, well, I take it to South Lake Tahoe, I'm sure they could print you out a year's worth of receipts, you know, when you come up on your, and that'd be great, although I think that's a little bit too much. If I can, because what happens is we've had issues, we've had people dump, and so you call the owner, and the owner says, well, I told them, I've got a South Lake Tahoe thing, I told them they have to take it down there. Well, guess what? They don't pay them enough to drive down to 3rd Street, and they go right past that dumpster, and they go, so they've got to sign that anyone who deals with it, that they're instructed that this is where it's gonna be, and that they're liable for those
But
people.
with all of the enforcement things we already have,
Yeah.
do you think we're gonna have enough evidence to ever do anything about that? Because, you know.
I have found those people, I have sent cease and desist letters to those people, and if I can send that letter to these guys, and then they have that on file that says, I have signed that Joe is supposed to take that there and not here, because I have them on camera. So I'd like some assistance from Douglas County to be able to prosecute those people.
If that's the way to make it work, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Okay, we got that solved. I have a trash
No, Michael has
issue. I have the 6 p.m. thing. Put your trash out at 6 p.m. at night so that the bears can eat it overnight and then in the morning it's gone. That 6 p.m. should not be in there.
That's how it is done in the valley. And the commissioners live in the valley. Well,
Well.
for that spot, but I don't understand why it's in there.
It needs to be removed.
Yeah.
That whole, number 11F, 04011F, it's ridiculous.
It has to, yeah.
If you have a bear bin, you can put it out anytime you want, but since there's no trash requirement, it's, yes, Michael.
One way to look at it for these individuals that are taking it off-site to be removed, can we not say that you have to have at least minimum service from South Tahoe Refuge, so that if there's an overflow, that you know every week that truck is going to get there? And most of these bear bins have 2 or 3. And so what you could do is have a minimum service. If you fill up 3 cans, what the garbage truck drivers, they just bill you for 3. That way, we know that it's being dumped and hopefully not dumped in some random garbage dumpster. I know that's an extra cost, big on cost it seems like, but it could be a minimal type of a cost to know that the extra garbage that didn't get taken away, like on Sundays, could go into a bare box and be picked up on Monday or Tuesday when the regular service happens. So in other words, we would tell people they have to have a minimum service of South Tahoe Refuge.
Equivalent to the capacity or just?
No, just a minimum service and then if they have.
This is all tiers.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
unless they have like HOA then.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
That would be a different scenario. Like this one up here.
Unless
on
provided by
Quaking. On Quaking.
Right.
Right, yeah, you wouldn't have it there.
Right.
Okay.
Would that be legal?
So,
Would that be legal to enforce something like that?
To require a
Trash
owner
service.
to have a trash service.
Yeah, a municipality trash service.
My HOA does.
I think so. Yeah, just as a condition of a permit, you have to have a contract with the municipality.
And it
It's not
could,
a municipality, it's a private entity with a contract. Does that matter? Okay.
I don't think so, but I'll look at that.
I think we just have Lauren take this away and tell us what the answer is.
more trash, anybody?
I'm
More
good.
trash.
Garbage?
Or, well, what about saying that if, there is a cleaning service that they, have to prove that they have, service to remove to dispose of it properly.
I agree with you, Lauren, that the onus should be put on the owner. There has to be some pain for them if their people are being irresponsible. And, maybe that's something somebody can write up some kind of a sample, everybody happy. That especially, particularly in the multifamily areas where you are on the HOAs and the dumpsters.
I'll look at whatever wording they
Okay.
propose. I mean, I think,
Yeah.
Is there anything else on garbage anybody would like to discuss? Obviously, we are not going to vote on that because we have a lot
No,
more
we're
words. Do you want to continue on, or do you want to call it a day? It's 5 o'clock.
Call it a day.
Why don't we go to 50-person occupancy, because won't that be quick? And that one can knock that off? Oh, no, it's not? Never mind. Okay.
I think it will be quick, won't it?
I'm okay with leaving.
I don't know, I just removed the whole darn thing, but seems quick to me.
So we're gonna stop at garbage?
Let's stop at the end of garbage, unless, do you guys want to do the 50? I mean, I don't care.
It's up to,
It's just,
okay.
these guys have long days.
Yeah.
they have to get
Okay.
back over.
Yeah, I just don't.
yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
AJ Hames from the DA's office for the record. At this point then, there would be a motion made to create a red line version for garbage and noise issues to be presented at the next meeting.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Okay. I have a motion and I have a second.
And there would, sorry,
Oh.
but yes.
Oh, I can't, yeah, I need public comment. Public comment. And this is on item number 3.
Thank you for the opportunity. Everybody's working really hard. I'm keeping my notes to myself until you guys really have a red line, because it doesn't, if there's something that I find sensible, we have a project manager now, and I'll be happy to send my comments there instead of confusing your issues, just as a member of the public. If they warrant something that you guys have already gone, it might go forward. If not, I think it's good that the public participates at the level they're supposed to. I get it. stakeholder groups are gone. I do this because I choose to do this, and I don't want Ernie overwhelmed with unnecessary things. I take different notes, I listen, but I appreciate all of you and everything you do, and you'll see me often. Thank you.
Thanks, Lily. Is there any other public comment? Anybody still out there?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There is no one on public comment on Zoom.
Thank you. Okay, back to the motion.
I have a comment before the motion.
Okay.
I agree with the motion. My concern is running out of time because I think these things are going to take iteration after iteration, iteration. I believe, we have a monthly meeting. I think that's fantastic. But a lot of it is taken up with tier 3s. And I think we may want to consider maybe having another meeting close to that meeting, either the day before or the day after, so we can get through all of it without going past 5 o'clock, rather than, because these things are going to take iteration after iteration. So that would be my only comment about the motion, is I agree with it, but let's have another meeting if it takes another meeting to get through all these. Because I have some that aren't on the list yet.
Okay. I don't know what to say about that.
Well, it's for your consideration as you
But,
put
yeah.
agendas together.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and we have a second. No further discussion? All those in favor? Signify by saying aye. Okay, thank you. We're going to go to closing public comment. No? No? Wait, what the heck? Okay, and there's,
There is no public comment on Zoom.
okay, well then I guess we can adjourn this meeting.
Recording stopped.
Boy, she